so far for Tommy Thompson. A returner from a season ago, Brunson, in right field, batting second. Andy Atwood got the night off last night, has been off to a great start so far. Atwood bats third, the second baseman. Michael Deeb at first base, batting fourth with Tyler Krabby, not playing catcher tonight. He is the DH. Nick Emanuel sees his second start in this slate. Behind the plate, he bats fifth with Eddie McCabe batting sixth. He is the third baseman. McCabe batting seventh, Manuel fifth. Zane Zerbrug out there batting eighth, with Adam Oviedo winding out the order. Got the national anthem coming up right now. We'll step away. When we come back, we got baseball and the Paddleheads lineup. So stick around on 102.9 ESPN Radio and GoPaddleheads.com.
There is a reason customers go back again and again to DeMorris Buick GMC Mercedes, Missoula's most trusted dealership and proud sponsor of Missoula PaddleHeads baseball. DeMorris High-End Service Shop is unmatched in diagnostics, diesel maintenance, and repair, serving generations of satisfied customers. DeMorris Buick GMC Mercedes is your area Sprinter van headquarters for the Montana outdoor lifestyle. Check out DeMorris.com for new and pre-owned inventory, or stop by 3115 West Broadway.
At Western Cider, it's all about great cider, good times, and community. At the official cider of the Paddleheads, Western Cider wants to get you to the game. Stop by Western Cider on a home game day, and you could win a free pair of tickets. Bring your Paddleheads enthusiasm to Western Cider on game day. Order a cider and be the first one to tell the bartender, "Go Paddleheads!" And a pair of tickets to that day's game are all yours. Western Cider, 501 North California Street. Open 4 to 8 Monday through Thursday and noon to 8 Friday through Saturday.
Help raise money for the Garden City's high school golf programs and have a blast playing a round of golf at the Missoula Country Club while you contribute to a great cause. On Monday, June 13th, MCC is hosting the annual Skip Copravica Golf Tournament. For $80 per player and $320 per team, you and your squad will get an 18-hole scramble, lunch, and a chance to win a ton of great prizes. Help raise money for the golf programs at Big Sky, Hellgate, Sentinel, and Loyola by playing in the annual Skip Copravica Tournament at the Missoula Country Club Monday, June 13th.
Soccer, the beautiful game, the most popular sport in the world. Whatever you call it, we're talking about it on Soccer and Snow and Smoke, the new podcast from ESPN Missoula. Join me, Andrew Houghton, as I examine football at all levels, from the burgeoning club and high school scene in Missoula to the defending Big Sky Conference champion Montana Grizzlies to the great leagues of Europe. Find Soccer and Snow and Smoke wherever you get your podcasts, and listen to the Footy 15 segment twice a month on Nuanez Now.
ESPN Radio for Western Montana, KKVU HD3 Stevensville, and 102.9 FM on K275BS Missoula. You're listening to Paddlehead Baseball, ESPN Missoula.
Almost perfect timing. Touchdown, we'd be bringing you the Paddleheads starting lineup as we went to break for the national anthem. Sammy B just got onto the field to start bringing the Paddleheads out onto the field, so fitting. We will also give you Michael Schlack's lineup for this Wednesday night. Paddleheads looking to make it 2 in a row against Great Falls. Missoula will be rocking the black Zootown uniforms tonight. Orange lettering on the front, orange numbers on the back, trimmed in white and orange. Kevin Watley will lead things off once again for the Paddleheads. He is the shortstop tonight with Lamar Sparks back out there for Missoula. Got the night off last night. Brandon Riley is not in the order tonight, so Michael Schlack's kind of divvying out days off amongst the 4 outfielders. So Sparks got the night off last night. Riley gets the day off today. Sparks will bat second and play center field. Cam Thompson has been in the 3-hole in just about every game so far in 2022. Thompson bats third and is at third base. Jason Newman will clean things up. He is the first baseman with the smoking hot Nick Gatewood batting fifth. He is a designated hitter. He is by far the hottest hitter in this Paddlehead lineup. Keaton Greenwald bats sixth. He is in right field with Jared Akins getting his second consecutive start had a 2-hit game last night. Aikens back out there in left field, batting 7th. Nico Pacheco sees his first start in this 6-game slate. He started game 2 out in Great Falls at Centene Stadium on Sunday. Pacheco bats 8th and is doing the catching with the rook, Jaden Hanna, getting the start once again at second base. He got on base once last night in his debut out of Cumberland's in Tennessee. Hanna bats 9th, is the second baseman, with the left-hander Jason Munch on the hill for the Missoula Paddleheads. Getting his second start here of 2022. He got the win in his last outing in 5 innings of work opposite the Billings Mustangs in Game 3 of that series last week. Had 6 Ks in 5 innings pitched for the left-hander. Really a nice outing for Munch for his first start of the regular season. Had good command of all of his stuff. And the one thing that he did very well was he kept the ball down, really around the knees. That's where Munch lived in his last outing. Pitcher formerly of the Brewer system from the Bay Area, Campbell, California. He will face Braden Daniel, Tavis Brunson, and Andy Atwood to get things started for the Great Falls Voyagers on a relatively cloudy night. Here in Missoula, very calm conditions. It was a pretty nice afternoon. Temperature topped out right around 70 degrees, kind of going back and forth between the high 60s to low 70s, so 68, 70 degrees, really the type of weather that you expect in Montana this time of year. This being the first day of June. In late May, really we had a unseasonably cold month of May. We had a lot of nasty weather, touched on how cold it was in Great Falls last weekend. And the conditions through spring camp as well were not very good at times. And a lot of times, this is my 3rd year living in Montana now, and the first couple of years I lived here, May was some of the best weather I saw all year, where it was just 65, 70 degrees, 75, clear conditions, good air quality, all that stuff. And we just didn't see a lot of weather like that through the month of May. But now we've turned the page to June, and we'll see what this month brings. Here comes the cowbell. We're just about ready for baseball as the switch-hitting Braden Daniel jumps into the box from the right side, batting against Munch, who comes over the top. The first pitch of the game is a fastball away for ball 1. And we're underway right on time at 7:15. Braden Daniel, bit of a slow start swinging the bat here in 2022. He takes low for ball 2. So jumps ahead in the count the first 2 pitches of this at-bat. 7 for 27 swinging the bat so far. 5 hits and 17 at-bats in games played against Missoula so far. 2-0, just getting going first couple pitches of the game. Munch delivers the 2-0. This one is a strike on the inside corner. Raymond Bidwell behind the plate. Umpire with William Minter and Jordan Smart out on the bases. Those are your 3 umpires for tonight's contest. 2 balls and a strike to Braden Daniel. Target in from Pacheco. Munch delivers. This one lined right back where it came from. Single up the middle for Braden Daniel. So that's a leadoff base runner for Great Falls to start things off here in the top of the first inning. So that will bring Tavis Brunson into the box. Mentioned Brunson, a returner from a season ago for manager Tommy Thompson, played just over 20 games for Great Falls. Very speedy outfielder. He has got wheels for days. 277 average last season for Tavis Brunson. Batting from the left side, he takes the ball up high. 1 ball, no strike count. So Munch, first couple batters he faces here in the first inning, seeing him falling behind these batters. 1-0 the count. Away from first is Daniel, not a huge lead. The 1-0 delivery is swinging and a miss. Pitch knee high on the outer half evens up the count at a ball and a strike to Tavis Brunson. You'll see the Voyagers mess around with their outfield a decent amount. That's because they carry quite a few of them on their roster, much more than the Paddleheads do. The 1-1 pitch is another swing and a miss. Missoula only has four outfielders on their roster, with, as opposed to Great Falls, they have 6 outfielders. The 1-2 delivery is swung on and fouled straight back. Fastball in on the hands. Brunson was able to get wood on it to stay alive in this at-bat here in the top of the first inning. No score. Number 3 batter, Andy Atwood, waits next for Great Falls. Middle infield looking for a ground ball next to that second base bag. 1-2 from Munch is off the plate, bounces up, gets a good hop to Pacheco, who fires it into center field. Backing up the play is Sparks, so Daniel unable to advance. Kind of a funky play there, as Pacheco didn't handle it cleanly, but it kind of popped up in a way where it was easy for him to get to, and he fired it down to second base, trying to get Daniel. Throw was way up high, though, so no chance to get the runner at second. So now runner in scoring position with nobody out here in the top of the first inning. Count is 2-2 on Brunson. Target in from Pacheco. Munch kicks and deals. This one hit in the air, in play, straightaway left field. Pretty shallow. Could be tough. Aiken slides in. He can't get it. That's a fair ball, and now bouncing towards the bullpen. This is going to allow Daniel to come in to score. So Tavis Brunson, a little pop-up that found the outfield grass, and right out of the chute, the Voyagers have the lead here in the top of the first inning. Off the bat, I didn't think that would be any issue at all for either Akins or Watley, but he just kind of kept slicing away from Akins down the left field line and just got to a point where he couldn't quite get to it. He made a sliding attempt to make the catch, but couldn't get it. So 2 hits, and the Voyagers have the lead. Atwood takes a strike in the first pitch from Munch. Will now have to take a breath after giving up a run here in the top of the first inning. Great Falls finding themselves in a spot they never were a night ago, and that's with the lead here in the first inning. 0-1 from Munch is hit down the right field line, got jammed, and this one drifts foul. It's a count now 0-2 on Andy Atwood. The Paddleheads got disfortunate also from the way the ball kicked away from Akins after he made the sliding attempt, where the ball ended up going down by the bullpen. Or if it didn't do that, then they probably would have seen Daniel stay put at third base in that spot. 0-2 pitch to Atwood's a fastball elevated up high, because Daniel wasn't going anywhere at second base when that ball was in the air, because he wasn't sure if that ball was going to be caught or not. So obviously wasn't going to be meandering away from that second base bag. 1-2 on Atwood. Good start for him swinging the bat. 12 for 26 as he taps this one foul towards the Paddleheads dugout. Games against Missoula, 5 hits and 14 at-bats. He's appeared in 3 games, this being the third. Number of other games going on around the Pioneer League. Billings Mustangs had a night off last night. They're facing off with the Glacier Range Riders at Dealer Park tonight. The 1-2 pitch is grounded foul, left side. That's an interesting one. I'll kind of have my tabs on that series. Obviously features 2 Northern Division teams, so Missoula keep their eye on that. But the Range Riders got off to a good start in that road trip against the Rocky Mountain Vibes, going 5-1. But the Vibes were the doormat of the Pioneer League last year. So I want to see how they do against Billings, a team that obviously is established. They're managed Jim Riggleman, former big league manager, have a lot of good things going for them. It's kind of a good test for the Range Riders as the 1-2 is bounced left side. Watley has it. He will throw back to second, and they do not get Brunson. Tavis Brunson dove back in there safely. Wow, close play. Definitely the correct move by Watley to try to get the lead runner. And Michael Schlack is going out to have a word with the umpires. He did not agree with the call made on the field. They thought they had him at second. It was pretty close. It was a bang play at second base. Again, it was a ground ball to the left side of the infield. And Watley, seeing Brunson come off the bag a bit at second, decided to throw to second to try to get the lead runner. And he was called safe on the play. The umpires are not going to get together to talk about this, so the call on the field is going to stand, it looks like. So some funky situations happening in this half inning. Got the pop-up double down the left field line. And now Atwood reaching. They tried to get Brunson at second. Here's Michael Deeb, the cleanup batter, who takes low and outside for ball one. So that still will be scored as a fielder's choice, even though the Paddleheads didn't record an out on that play. But now 2 runners on and nobody out. Great Falls already with a 1-0 lead. Deeb swings and misses at the 1-0 pitch. Count now even at a ball and a strike. But definitely a good way for Great Falls to get this game going from their perspective after a quiet offensive night last night. It started with some runs right out of the chute. The 1-1 pitch, fastball, poured in for strike 2 on the outside corner. A ball and 2 strikes the count to Michael Deeb, who's been off to a slow start swinging the bat. Just 5 hits and 24 at-bats. Got the night off last night, in there at first tonight. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Fastball up above the belt. That records the first out of the top half of the first inning, as Tyler Krabby will now be the batter. Seen Tommy Thompson do this a few times with Krabby. Did this in the series at Centene Stadium as well. In game 2, they gave Krabby a night off catching, but kept his bat in the order with the DH to start Nick Emanuel, a returner from last year, as what is the case tonight. Krabby has struggled against the Paddleheads, just 2 hits and 14 at-bats, an open stance from the right side. He swings and misses at the first pitch, a breaking ball from Munch. Count 0-1. Munch definitely fooled Krabby, was thinking about a fastball in the first pitch, threw him the breaking ball, and Krabby was well out in front. 0-1 delivery from Munch, swinging and a foul tip off the end of the bat. Bounces right back to Pacheco. Strike 2, 0-2 on Krabby. Voyagers had a run in after the second batter of the game hit. That's where the lead still stands here at 1-0, top 1, 1 gone. 2 runners on at first and second. Brunson, the lead runner, at second, with Atwood at first. The 0-2 pitch is low and inside. A ball and 2 strikes now, the count to Tyler Krabby. Mentioned Nick Emanuel getting the start behind the plate. He would hit next, barring a double play ball. Krabby does have catcher's legs running in the box, not a ton of speed. The 1-2 pitch from Munch. This one lifted right center field. Greenwald drifting back, looks playable, and he makes the catch a couple of paces in front of the warning track. Brunson on his horse easily advances to third on the play. So it is a productive out in that regard as Brunson advances 90 feet. Now runners on at the corners with 2 outs. But Krabby retired for the second out. Munch doing a good job kind of settling things down after things did not start the way he wanted to the first 3 batters of the ball game. Nick Emanuel will now be in the box. Split time at catcher last year for Great Falls, first season out of North Dakota State University. First pitch to left-handed batting catcher is swung on and missed. Nick Emanuel mentioned he started in Game 2 at Centene Stadium over the weekend. Went 0 for 2. On the season in 2 games for Great Falls is 0 for 7. 284 average in 30-plus games last year for the Voyagers. The 0-1 pitch is low to even up the count. Ball and a strike, now the count to Nick Emanuel, the number 6 batter in the order for the Great Falls Voyagers. Started the inning off with a single and an RBI double, hit by Tavis Brunson, his first RBI this 2022 season. Munch throws over to first to check on Atwood, who still stands at first base. 1-1 now the count to Nick Emanuel. Right out of the chute, also getting a little bit of support for right-hander Hunter Dolander, who will take the mound the bottom half of this inning. The 1-1 pitch is upstairs. 2 balls and a strike now the count to Emanuel. Some other games in action featuring Northern Division team. Mentioned the Range Riders and Mustangs. Inter-division matchup, Chuckers and Grand Junction Rockies. Those 2 teams also in action tonight. 2-1 pitch upstairs. Another fastball misses high. Up and in to Nick Emanuel. So a good hitter's count now for Nick Emanuel. Eddie McCabe, the Georgetown product, would be next for Great Falls if Emanuel can reach here with runners on at first and third and 2 outs, with the Great Falls Voyagers leading by a run. Score is 1-0. 3-1 from Munch. Not close. Inside, that's a walk. Ball 4. First free pass issued in this inning. Great Falls has kind of gotten somebody on just about every way you could think of in this inning. Got a seeing eye pop-up double. Maybe a missed call at second base with Kevin Watley trying to throw a lead runner out at second. And now a walk. Now Eddie McCabe. A big spot here with 2 outs and the bases loaded. First pitch to McCabe is taken all the way for strike 1. Breaking ball found the zone at the knees on the inside. And for a rookie like McCabe, this is a big spot to try to come up big for your club. Get some trust in that dugout. The 0-1 pitch. This one grounded sharply, but right to Hannah at second. Throws to first, and that'll do it for the top of the first inning. The Voyagers do score once in the top half of the first, but they leave the bases loaded, so a nice job by Munch to limit the damage in this half inning. Paddleheads coming up now, bottom half of the first, on your way on Wednesday. Keep it right here on ESPN Radio.
At Western Cider, it's all about great cider, good times, and community. As the official cider of the Paddleheads, Western Cider has a game day deal that can't be beat. Stop by the tasting room on any home game day. Show your game ticket, buy 1 cider and get 1 free. Kick back and enjoy a cheese or charcuterie plate with your cider. Then take a quick walk over the California Street Bridge to cheer on the Paddleheads. Western Cider, 501 North California Street, open 4 to 8 Monday through Thursday, and noon to 8 Friday through Sunday.
More fuels, more fires, more fear. You don't have to live in the forest to be threatened by wildfire. In 18 years, the number of Montana fires per year increased by 1,000 and tripled the acreage burned. Turn it around. Advocate for forest management. Form a group. Craft a plan. Mitigate the fire hazard. You and your community can't dismiss the trend, but you can mitigate the risk. FireSafeMT.org can help. Paid for by FireSafe Helena and aired by the Montana Broadcasters Association.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit AdoptUSKids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is Missoula Paddlehead Baseball on 102.9 ESPN Radio.
Back here on a Wednesday night, Great Falls a run in the top half of the first inning, so they have the early lead, 1-0. With Kevin Watley, Lamar Sparks, and Cam Thompson due up 1-2-3 in the top half of the first inning. A lot of fun still to be had at the ballpark. Only the second game of this 6-game slate. This weekend should be fun. Friday and Saturday night, couple of special nights here at Allegiance Field at Ogren Park. But to get your weekend started early tomorrow, come out for Thirsty Thursday. Discounted beers at the yard, $3 domestic drafts, and $4 craft beers. And all the fun will start pregame at 5 o'clock over at Canby Tap House. It's located just across the street from the ballpark here at Allegiance Field. I have a special happy hour for the Paddleheads game. If you happen to be a season ticket holder, Paddleheads season ticket holder, and you're listening in, they'll also have specials for all season ticket holders over at Canby. Then they do like a fun procession about an hour before the game over to the ballpark from the Tap House. So it's a lot of fun. So join us for Thirsty Thursday. Want to go over to Canby before the game, get a little ready to go with some ice cold beer. Go do that, then come on out to the yard. GoPaddleheads.com as Watley fouls off the 0-1 pitch. Count now 0-2 on Kevin Watley. 8 for 24 swinging it for Watley. Talk about polar opposites in the batting order. We've seen him bat in the first spot and in the 9-hole this season as the 0-2 was fouled off. This is Watley's second appearance at the top of the order. Was up there last night as well. Sparks to follow, as I mentioned, then Thompson. See how Sparks does after getting the day off yesterday. Had a great start to the season in that first series against Billings as Watley hits one right on the screws, but right to Oviedo, the shortstop. So that's out number 1. Rest of the defense for Great Falls as Sparks approaches the plate. Zane Zerbrug in left. Daniel in center field. Tavis Brunson in right. That's your outfield from left to right. With McCabe at third base. Adam Oviedo at short on the left side of the infield. Andy Atwood, the shortstop. Deeb at first. Nick Emanuel doing the catching. As Sparks swings and hits a slow roller to Oviedo at short, and he throws on to first and just does get Sparks by a step. Sparks hustling on the play, but bounces out on the first pitch, and just like that, Dolander has recorded a couple of outs. Base is empty, 2 outs. Batter will now be Cam Thompson. Mentioned, Dolander made his first start as a Voyager last August in this ballpark. Picked up the loss for Great Falls, gave up 7 runs in 3 innings as the first pitch looked to be off the plate, but was called a strike. No ball, 1 strike. Had very impressive numbers while with Georgia Gwinnett, the season where Georgia Gwinnett won the national title in 2021. 0-1 is cut on and missed. Finished 12-1 with a 3.09 ERA in 15 starts in a national championship season. Cord Johnson, another member from that team, 0-2 pitch is skied foul off to the left. Also was briefly with the Paddleheads a season ago as an outfielder. Didn't hang around too long. I think he was here about a month or so in the second half of the season. Count 0-2 on Cam Thompson. Great Falls leads at 1-0 here in the bottom of the first. 0-2 delivery is fouled off to the left. As I mentioned in the open, Dolander had a fantastic outing in his first start of the season against Northern Colorado. Second game of the season up in Great Falls. 7 innings strong, no runs, 1 hit, and that hit came in the 7th inning. It was flirting with a no-no for a while. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss at a high fastball, strike 3. That's a good way to start for Dolander. Gets the shutdown inning he was looking for. 3 up, 3 down. That's the end of 1 here in Missoula. 1-0 lead for the Voyagers, headed to the top of the second.
New to Missoula, your home improvement company offers full-service remodeling of windows, doors, bathtubs, walk-in tubs, and showers. Customize your home with quality craftsmanship to create the home of your dreams. Before you start your project, visit the showroom, discover top-performing brands, and the newest innovations. Your home improvement company is open and hiring. Get the best pay and benefits you deserve by providing world-class products and outstanding service. Your home improvement company, now open and hiring in the Southgate Mall next to Shields.
The pageantry, the tradition, the competition, the communal aspect. It's what we love about sports. But there's also a stark reality. Sports and money go hand in hand. At Nuanez Now, every other Tuesday, we are proud to present a business angle with Justin Angle, a segment about the overlay of business and sports.
I think as far as products ever created, NFL football is perhaps one of the best products ever created. On par with the iPhones, and its ability to kind of transcend every other competitor in the category. The scarcity of games, the fact that they own Sundays, and then they own that place on the calendar. It's sacred. It's become the religion of sports fans and the religion of the country in many ways.
Tune in every other Tuesday during the 5 o'clock hour to Nuanez Now to hear Justin Angle, a University of Montana business professor, talk with me, Colter Nuanez, about all of the ins and outs of sports and business. A Business Angle is proudly presented by Blackfoot Communications.
What's up? This is Sammy B, the MC for your Missoula Paddleheads. Thanks for listening to Paddleheads Baseball on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM.
Back to the action here in the top of the second inning. Realized after the inning had concluded that I never gave you the Paddleheads defense in the top half of the first inning. Hello. So let's take a look at it quickly. Cam Thompson at third base with Watley at short on the left side of the infield. Hanna at second base. Jason Newman at first with Pacheco doing the catching. Out in the outfield, Akins in left, Sparks in center, and Greenwald in right. As the first pitch to Zane Zerbrug is up high. 8-9-1 spots due up for the Voyagers here in the top half of the second inning with Great Falls leading by 1-0 the score. 1-0 pitch coming to Zerbrug, and this one's fouled off to the right. Zerbrug has had his struggles so far against Missoula in 3 games, just 2 hits and 12 at-bats. He struggled mightily against the Paddleheads last year as well, whether with the Mustangs or with Great Falls. He started last year with Billings. 1-1 pitch is a slow roller left side. This one kicks foul. High chopper. It's hard to pick up sometimes, those highly chopped foul balls near home plate. Kind of plays tricks with your eyes, so to speak. You think it's going forward out into the field when really it's doing the opposite thing, or it's going right or it's going left. A ball and 2 strikes to Zane Zerbrug with Adam Oviedo to follow, then the top of the order. 1-2 pitch from Munch. This one fouled off. Fastball in on the hands. Clouds have kind of moved in as the afternoons rolled on. It was partially cloudy through a lot of the day, but it's mostly cloudy now. Looked a bit threatening off to the northeast for a bit with some clouds over the top of the Hellgate Canyon. 1-2 pitch is fouled away again off to the right. That seems to have subsided. Sometimes when you see those clouds build up to the north, start thinking, uh-oh. That's when you could potentially see some cells coming in, thunderstorms, that sort of thing. The wind started blowing in out of the north, then we would have really been worried. The 1-2 pitch is low and inside, evens up the count. It seems like you get a thunder cell that comes right through the canyon from the north. That's not a good deal, or if it comes out of the southwest, almost like if you're coming from Hamilton on Highway 93. Speaking of Hamilton and Darby in that area in the Bitterroot Valley, some excitement around Missoula today as the 2-2 is, or I should say yesterday. If you're a fan of the television show Yellowstone, that's kind of caught everybody going wild the last couple of years. Didn't know the majority of the show, the last now 2 seasons, last season and the upcoming season, were filmed right here in the Bitterroot Valley around Missoula. 2-ball, 2-strike count, and they were filming once again as the 2-2 is hit high in the air, shallow right field. Greenwald doesn't have to hardly move a step. He reaches up and puts it away for out number 1. So Zerbrug puts up a bit of a fight, but hits a lazy fly ball into shallow right field to record out number 1. But yes, the hit cable television show featuring Kevin Costner. Yesterday, there was some commotion around downtown on Broadway Street. There was all this traffic, thinking, what the heck is going on? Then I start seeing orange cones with the big black Y, the Y logo that you see on the Dutton Ranch buildings if you're familiar with the show. Then I thought, oh, they're filming. So you may remember there was some scenes filmed at the courthouse in last season's edition of Yellowstone. I think they framed it as it being the state capitol, which was obviously not accurate. The 0-1 pitch is half swing and a miss by Adam Oviedo. One of my favorite scenes from last year's season of Yellowstone. They actually filmed the scene in one of my favorite diners in town, in Missoula. Great little local joint called Ruby's that's down on Brook Street. 0-2 pitch coming with 1 out from Munch is swung on and missed. Breaking ball in the dirt. Buenos dias, buenos tardes, buenos noches, Mr. Oviedo. See you later. Braden Daniel will now jump in with 2 outs. The last season, the season of Yellowstone, they filmed a shootout of sorts in this diner, Ruby's. I was just randomly sitting on the couch watching the episode, and it dawned on me, hey, that's Ruby's. How about that? So, I guess Denver omelets and gunfights. That's what you got here in Zootown. Here's Braden Daniel. First pitch from Munch. Way up high for ball 1. If you're ever in Missoula, I know a lot of folks listening in from a lot of different parts of the country with all these players from all over the place on both Paddleheads and Voyagers. If you're ever in Missoula and you're looking for breakfast, Ruby's is a good call. 1-0 pitch. Low and inside. Just kind of a classic diner joint, you know? Coffee, pancakes, waffles, hash browns, omelets, all that good stuff. 2-0 with 2 outs to Braden Daniel. Pitch from Munch is a little tapper to the left of the mound. Munch fields it, and he will not try to throw to first. Seeing eye ground ball on the left side sees Daniel reach for the second time. He's been a pest in 2 at-bats for Munch. It's now 2 for 2 in the game. As Tavis Brunson will now jump in. First couple of innings, Great Falls is seeing a lot of 50-50 plays go their way. Seeing eye double by the man in the box that led to the 1 run for Great Falls in the top of the first. Score is 1-0 here in the top of the second with 2 away. So that play saw Andy Atwood reach on a close play at second base when they tried to throw out Brunson to get the lead runner. Now this play where ball hit very softly off the bat of Daniel, just was hit to the right spot where Munch couldn't field it off the mound, and he reaches. Brunson waits on the 0-1. Here it comes. This one low for ball 1. Good pitch from Munch there. That one had some dip to it. Looked to start about knee high on the outer half. So Munch was hoping that Brunson would chase after it, thinking it was going to be on the corner. Daniel, a slight lead off of first, bluffs towards second as Brunson swings through a high fastball for strike 2. No ball, 2 strike count to Brunson. 1 run on 3 hits so far for the Voyagers, but 2 of them have not been hit hard at all. Really, the only hard hit ball we've seen was from Daniel in the first inning. Takes off on the 1-2 pitch. Low, throw down to second base is to the left of the bag. Safe at second is Daniel. Better throw there from Pacheco. Maybe gets the runner. But the second we saw that throw go a bit to the left of the bag, had no chance. So Daniel picks up a stolen base. 11th steal of the season overall for the Voyagers. Came into the game 10 for 14. 2-2 now the count to Brunson. Target away from Pacheco. Here it comes from Munch. This one slowly grounded right side. Newman has it. He's going to try to race to the bag. He dives, and they got him. Nice play by Jason Newman. He reached out, got to the bag first before Brunson. Almost saw another seeing all eye ground ball, but no. Newman makes the play. We're headed to the bottom of the second inning. Runner stranded at second base. Score remains 1-0 with Great Falls out on top.
Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer Equipment is a local, family-owned business and proud sponsor of Missoula PaddleHeads baseball. Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer carries a wide variety of truck and trailer accessories, gooseneck and dump equipment. Anytime you want to maximize your flatbed, have hauling needs, require specialized fabrication, or need trailer repair, get the job done right. For professional advice, go to the experts at Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer Equipment, 5680 Expressway in Missoula, or check out their inventory at www.rmtte.com.
Join Moms Demand Action and community partners this June and show your support for National Gun Violence Prevention Awareness by wearing orange. Why orange? We wear orange to honor Hadia Pendleton and as a nod to why hunters wear orange in the woods to protect themselves and others. Wear Orange events are created to remember the thousands of lives lost to gun violence and to raise awareness about this public health crisis. Together, we can build a future free from gun violence. Learn more at momsdemandaction.org.
I'm probably okay to have one more drink before I drive home. I'm probably okay if I open the window to stay alert. Probably okay I just popped some gum in my mouth.
Step out of the car, please.
I probably made a mistake.
Probably okay isn't okay when it comes to drinking and driving. If you see a warning sign, stop and call a cab, a car, or a friend. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. A message brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
We now return to Paddlehead Play-by-Play on ESPN Radio.
Jason Newman, who just made a very nice diving play at first, showing off his athleticism for the big fella, racing Tavis Brunson to the bag. And winning a race against Tavis Brunson is not an easy deal. He's very quick. Toward the final out, Newman leads things off, and he takes strike one from Dolander to make the count 0-1 quickly. So Newman, Gatewood, and Greenwald, 4-5-6 coming up after a 1-2-3 first inning, as Newman fouls another one off. Count quickly 0-2 on Jason Newman. Still waiting for the light bulb to go off at the plate, swinging it. Does have a homer so far, but 6 for 27 at the dish. 0-2 is just low for ball one. Nick Emanuel started winding up to start to throw it around the horn. He thought it was strike three. 1-2 now the count, with the Voyagers leading in the bottom half of the second inning. 1-0 the score. They got one run in the first. 1-2 pitch is skied into shallow left field. Coming in on it is Zerbrug. Out is Oviedo. It's going to be Oviedo, the shortstop, making the catch in shallow left field for out number one. It's a good start for Dolander on the hill. 4 up, 4 down. But now, the smoking hot Nick Gatewood jumps into the box. Gatewood, this being the 5th game against Great Falls going back to the road series, Gatewood has been on seemingly every time he's come to the dish. 9 hits and 17 at-bats so far against Great Falls. Overall in the season, 11 for 29. 0-1 to Gatewood. He is just outside to even up the count. Gatewood also has recorded a hit in each of his last 7 games at the plate. 1-1. Way up high for ball 2. Not close. Dolander hasn't had a lot of pitches like that where he just kind of lost the handle, so to speak. 2-ball, 1-strike count with 1 out in the inning. Nobody aboard. The pitch to Gatewood is skied foul off to the left. Keaton Greenwald to follow. Take a peek at what else is going on around the Pioneer League when we have a second. Touched on the matchups in the north. 2-2 pitch is in tight for ball 3 to Gatewood. Full count now to Nick Gatewood. The way he's swinging it in this at-bat, You can almost kind of tell that he's seeing it well. 3-2 offering. This one lined into left field, and it's going to be caught on the move by Zerbrug. That one well struck by Gatewood. But one of those just had too much carry as it went right to Zerbrug, who was able to come in and make the catch for out number 2. So 2 batters, 2 outs. And this inning will now be left up to Keaton Greenwald. Stolander has tired each of the first 5 batters he's faced. First pitch called strike to Greenwald on the outside part of the plate. Ogden Raptors and Boise Hawks are also getting together, as Greenwald takes a strike on the outside. So 2 pitches, 2 strikes. Greenwald's immediately in a hole now in the count 0-2. Dolander's been in control the first couple of innings. Missoula will have to go back to the drawing board after the first couple of frames. The 0-2 is spoiled foul off to the right. Greenwald's another guy trying to get things rolling offensively. 8 for 26 start to the season. 4 for 16 against Great Falls. 0-2, 1-0 lead for Great Falls. The 1-0 pitch, fastball, got him looking on the outside corner. Second K of the evening for Dolander. 6 up, 6 down for the young right-hander. Great Falls leads after 2, headed to the top of the third. Score is 2-0.
At Western Cider, it's all about great cider, good times, and community. As the official cider of the Paddleheads, Western Cider wants to get you to the game. Stop by Western Cider on a home game day, and you could win a free pair of tickets. Bring your Paddleheads enthusiasm to Western Cider on game day. Order a cider and be the first one to tell the bartender, "Go Paddleheads!" And a pair of tickets to that day's game are all yours. Western Cider, 501 North California Street. Open 4 to 8 Monday through Thursday and noon to 8 Friday through Saturday.
Last week on the ESPN Roundtable, Montana Grizz linebackers Jace Lewis and Marcus Wellnell joined Colter Nuanez in studio.
The defense, I mean, we say that every year is how are we going to replace these guys, but Coach Barron and the rest of the defensive staff always does, and they just reload and keep the defense at the highest level they can. So it's always fun to watch and see how well they succeed, and they'll be a solid defense again this year.
Tune in to the ESPN Roundtable every Wednesday in the 5 o'clock hour on Nuanez Now. Brought to you by Paradise Falls.
Missoula has always held a wonderful reputation as a runner's haven, a place where those who like to jog along the river and those that like to bound around the trails thrive. From the dedicated weekend warriors of our Montana communities to the exceptional college and high school running talents from across the Treasure State, many of the best athletes are the runners in and around western Montana. Tune into Nuanez Now, twice a month for River City Runners, a local segment about the Montana running community. River City Runners is proudly presented by Zootown Sports Cards.
Away from your radio? Stream Paddlehead Baseball live on 1029ESPN.com or on the TuneIn Radio app. Now, back to the ballpark.
Coming back to the ballpark on a Wednesday night, Allegiance Field, Ogren Park. Lead is 1 for the Great Falls Voyagers over the Missoula Paddleheads. 3, 4, 5 batters coming up in this half inning for Tommy Thompson and the Voyagers. Andy Atwood getting things started in this half inning. We had a little bit of a problem in between innings. First pitch on the way for Paxton, the Paddlehead. Oh, boy. In between innings, they had a hot dog toss promotion. I think that's the first time I've seen them throw hot dogs into the stands. The 0-1 pitch is skied down the right field line. It's got home run distance. If it's fair, it's a fair ball, and it's gone. Andy Atwood takes on the short porch and right, launches one, a solo home run, and the Great Falls Voyagers now lead 2-0. You can say that I am the reason for it, because I mistakenly said when we went to break that the score was 2-0. Well, you can put that home run on me. 2-0 now, Great Falls. Solo home run for Andy Atwood. That's home run, his first homer of the season. 7th RBI as well. As Michael Deeb takes one up high for ball one. Back to the issues for Paxton in the home run and the hot dog toss. Maybe you're seeing where this is going already. Is the 1-0 pitch a called strike on the outside, evens up the count. And it seemed to be wrapped up pretty tight, wrapped a little bit differently, of course, than the ones that you would see given out in the concession areas. Considering they're going to be flying, well, I guess they didn't have them wrapped up well enough. As Paxton tried to throw one up to some fans under the Blackfoot party deck, and there was hot dog flying everywhere. 2-1 pitch. It's low for ball three. I think the worst part was then the fans started heckling Paxton. Kind of jokingly, kind of like, boo, we want our hot dogs. 3-1 now, the count to Michael Deeb, who struck out back in the first inning. 3-1 delivery, taken all the way for strike two. Interesting to see him up there taking in a 3-1 count, but it looks like that's what was going on. Deeb thought the pitch was inside as well, started to toss the bat. Payoff on its way. Not close, ball four. Low and outside, that breaking ball misses. And that's Munch's second free pass issued. So the Great Falls Voyagers look to build more momentum now in this inning after Atwood gets the frame started with a home run down the right field line. Touched on how the Voyagers kind of benefited from a couple of breaks in the first two innings. That home run down the right field line, there was no breaks going on about that. That was well struck. First pitch to Tyler Krabby. Speaking of well-struck baseballs, base hit up the middle. Not a good start for Munch in this half inning. The solo homer, a walk, and now a single. Gonna have to quickly try to rein it in here in the top of the third inning. Nick Emanuel will now be the batter. Emanuel walked back in the first inning. Voyagers scored on an RBI double in the first, now a home run in this half inning. First pitch, bunt. This one's bunted foul. So Emanuel up there trying to lay down a sacrifice, looked like. Caught the Paddleheads a bit off guard as both Thompson and Newman had to come screaming in from first and third. It was a relatively late show from Emanuel as well, so maybe he was trying to get on with a hit. Not showing as of yet, now does. The 0-1 is bunted foul again, right side. In amongst the patrons, about halfway up the seats on the first base side. Now the scrum for the baseball. Looks like a little guy ended up with it in a Paddlehead uniform. There you go. Atta babe. 0-2. Now the count to Nick Emanuel will now most likely try to swing the bat after not being able to get down a sacrifice bunt with a couple of runners on at first and second. McCabe to follow. Munch trying to get one at least here in an 0-2 count. Here it comes. Fastball just above the belt for ball one. 1-2 now, the count to Nick Emanuel. First three batters of this inning all reaching. Homer, walk, and a single. 1-2 now, the count, with the Voyagers now leading by 2. Munch set at the chest. Peeking over towards first. Comes home. This one hit right towards Hannah, and it goes over his glove and into center field. That looked like was going to be a big break for the Paddleheads. Looked like it was going to be a line drive that went right to Hannah for a potential double off at first. Instead, it snuck right over his glove, and now the bases are loaded with nobody out. See how they score that. Went off the glove of Hannah, so you could make an argument for that being an error charged to Hannah, the second baseman. But still a well-struck baseball, and things not going Munch's way at all in this half inning. The home run And both singles we've seen in this inning have been very well struck. And Michael Schlack is not messing around either. He's getting the bullpen going right away. But this mound visit is Zach Smith. A right-hander just got up and started throwing in the Missoula pen. With how the bullpen is thrown, I touched on it in the open, how well they've done. I'm sure Schlack won't be afraid to go to his pen at all. And I would imagine that the hook could be pretty quick here for Munch if he can't start to dial it in and get some outs. Already a run in on the home run, but the bases are loaded with nobody out with McCabe in the box. First pitch to McCabe. Low for ball one. That's been Munch's biggest problem. Falling behind early in the count. Haven't seen many first pitch strikes in the first couple innings. And when you're battling from behind, that's tough. Munch ready, the 1-0 pitch. Fastball, this one gets the call in the outside corner. Even count now at a ball and a strike. McCabe bounced out to Hanna at second. That was to end the first inning. Zula would love to see a ground ball to second here, chance to turn two. 1-1 from Munch. High and outside. 2-ball and a strike count. 5 hits already for Great Falls. Still obviously far from done here in the third inning. 2-ball, 1 strike count. Munch sees the target set in. Here it comes. This one fouled away to the right. Even count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Munch with 2 Ks on the hill. He would love to pick up number 3 right here. Anything that involves an unproductive out or a ground ball double play opportunity is what Munch is looking for. Zerbrug would be next. 2-2 pitch. This one grounded through the left side. Base hit. 1 run in easily. They're going to stop the runner at third. Krabby. Deeb scores, and it's now 3-0 Great Falls. Keep an eye on that dugout. See if the hook is that quick or not for Munch. Batter will now be Zerbrug. There's still nobody out in the inning, as each of the 5 base runners that have come to the plate, or 5 batters that have come to the plate for Great Falls, have all reached in this inning. This was something the Voyagers did a season ago also. They put these big rallies together. First pitch to Zerbrug, taken all the way for strike 1. And Zerbrug, we've touched on his struggles, especially against the Paddleheads. Almost seems vital to get this out. Try to not let this inning get out of control. The 0-1 pitch is cut on and missed. But you want to have it look at least something like a strike. For that one was well off the plate and high, so an easy pitch to pick up early. Side foul right behind home plate. We'll be right back here, Allegiance Field, Ogren Park, tomorrow night, Thirsty Thursday. All the fun will start across the way at Canby Tap House an hour before the gates open at 5 o'clock. Have some drink specials available. Then head on over to the yard and enjoy some baseball. Thirsty Thursday also brought to you by 104.5 The U, one of ESPN Radio's sister stations. Play all the top hits right here in the Garden City. The time working at Missoula Broadcasting Company, I actually sit right next to Aubrey, who is on the air on The U just about every day. 1-2 the count to Zane Zerbrug. Pitch on the way. This one slowly grounded. Left side will kick foul. That one would have been trouble if it stayed fair on the left side. This battle continues with Zerbrug in the box. If you're Tommy Thompson, you got to like how your team has responded after never leading in last night's game. The pitching for the Paddleheads, definitely a good factor in that one in the win last night. Bullpen did a great job. 1-2 pitch, fastball outside, evens up the count. But here tonight, the Great Falls Voyagers have set the tone early, taking the lead right first two batters of the ball game. Saw Great Falls jump out on top. 2-ball, 2-strike count to Zane Zerbrug. Pitch from Munch. Way outside for ball 3. 3-ball, 2-strike count. Munch just seems to be struggling out there. All 3 balls he's thrown to Zerbrug in this at-bat have not been even close. You have to find it here with the bases loaded and nobody out. Munch kicks and throws. Way outside again. That walks in a run. That will most likely be the end of the night for Jason Munch. The bases are still loaded with nobody out. The score now 4-0. That brings Adam Oviedo into the box. And indeed, Michael Schlack's coming out of the dugout. That is the end of the road. So Munch just couldn't quite find it tonight. Struggled with his control, was behind hitters all night. And he will depart with no outs here in the top of the 3rd inning. Great Falls, they've got a 4-run lead. Score is 4-0 as Munch departs. Coming into the fray now will be Zach Smith. Southern Arkansas product, Katy, Texas. Last year pitched in the Atlantic League. Smith was a starter, as I've mentioned a couple times, in the Atlantic League a year ago with Lancaster. So that, I'm sure, a big reason why Michael Schlack decides to go to Smith here, a guy that's capable of an extended relief appearance. And his objective here will be to A, limit the damage, and B, try to eat up some innings, get more into the teeth of their bullpen, get into scenarios where they're more used to coming in. Game obviously far from over, but Great Falls couldn't have gotten off to a better start here in the first couple of innings. They lead by 4, and their starting pitcher on the other side, Hunter Dolander, has not allowed anybody to reach in 2 innings. 6 up, 6 down for the right-hander. While we have a moment, we can go ahead and take a look at what's going on around the Pioneer League. Touched on some of the matchups taking place. Start things off with what's going on in the North. First thing, got the Glacier Range Riders on the road, as they have been through the first 7 games of the season. They're having a little bit of a delayed start to their home schedule because they are in the process of finishing up a brand new ballpark in the Flathead Valley. It's a multi-million-dollar facility. The renderings I've seen looks like it's going to be absolutely fantastic once it's finished up. That's the reason why they've started the year off with all these road games, giving Kalispell an opportunity to try to finish up ballpark, put the finishing touches on it. But the Grange Riders trailing right now. They're 5-1 coming into action tonight. The Range Riders trail right now to the Billings Mustangs. They're in the 4th inning, 5-0 the score. Ogden Raptors and Boise Hawks also in action. The Raptors a 4-0 advantage over the defending Southern Division champs from last year, as Smith delivers the first pitch to Oviedo, and that one's up high. So 4-0 lead for the Ogden Raptors over the Boise Hawks. Here 4-0 advantage for the Voyagers, looking for a whole lot more. Then the last game in action, a lot of offense going on at Melaleuca Field in the early going. Idaho Falls Chuckers and Grand Junction Rockies battling as the 1-0 pitch finds the zone on the outside corner to even up the count. Score is 7-6 in favor of the Chuckers over Grand Junction. That game in the third inning. So a lot of offense in that one. Top three here. 1-1 pitch to Oviedo is a ground ball right to Hanna. Throws to Watley at short, and that's exactly what the Paddleheads were looking for. Another run comes in to score on the play. Score is 5-0 now. But a quick double play to start stopping the bleeding. Paddleheads will give up a run to get the 2 outs with how this inning had been going. As Braden Daniel in the top of the order is now coming up. Daniel, the 8th batter of this inning. Voyagers started this rally with 6 consecutive batters getting on base. First pitch called strike on the outside. And just thinking back to last year, this offense from Great Falls, 0-1 with 2 outs. As they would put these rallies together, 0-1 pitch is low and inside. Where they'd score 5, 10. Once there was a rally of 12 runs in 1 inning from Great Falls in the month of August last year. Where they just get hot. They just kind of feed off one another. Kind of a culture that manager Tommy Thompson has promoted. 1-1 pitch is a ground ball right side. Past a dive of Noonan into right field. Base hit for Braden Daniel. There's another run. Score now 6-0. What a good start for Braden Daniel. He's 3 for 3 in the first 3 innings. Yes, he's figuring it out at the plate. Stone cold coming into tonight against Missoula. He's got 2 singles, an infield hit, and now an RBI. As Tavis Brunson will now jump into the box. Voyagers have batted all the way around here in the top of the third and lead by 6. First pitch, swing and a miss at a pitch on the inside. You play this many games straight against a single opponent, about trying to build momentum. After the momentum had shifted to Missoula last night, gotta feel like it's in that Great Falls dugout right now. Throw down to second base as the runner takes off, and Daniel is out at second base. That, mercifully, will bring this inning to a close. But Great Falls, highlighted by 6 consecutive base runners, a solo homer got things started, and then just kept on rolling. They score 6 runs, and they lead by a score, 5 runs, and they lead by 6. 6-0 your score as we head to the bottom of the third inning.
Do you remember how fond you were of your baseball cards as a kid? To recapture that feeling, swing into Zootown Sports Cards. Missoula's premier trading card shop carries all the products you will need for collecting, whether you are renewing an old hobby, just getting started, or looking for a fun activity for your kids. With inventory that is updated regularly, Zootown Sports Cards has the best selections at the best prices anywhere in the valley. Open from noon till 6 on Tuesday through Friday and 10 to 6 on Saturdays. Come check out Zootown Sports Cards at South Avenue in Higgins across from Dornblazer Field.
Football and basketball season might be over, but we here at ESPN Missoula know that the gridiron and the hardwood are rarely far from Montanans' minds. That's why we're keeping the Montana Football and Basketball Hour going throughout the summer. Tune in to Nuanez now at 4 p.m. every Monday on ESPN 102.9 Missoula for discussion of all the Treasure State's football and basketball teams, with a special focus on the Bobcats and Grizzlies. The Montana Football and Basketball Hour is presented by the Advocates. Whatever your accident or injury, just remember, you deserve an advocate.
1029 ESPN Missoula is your home for the NBA playoffs. Catch live game broadcasts all the way through the finals and tune in to Nuanez Now every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on 1029 ESPN for analysis from Colter Nuanez and a rotating cast of experts like Kyle Sample, Brooks Nuanez, Austin Tutel, and Andrew Houghton. Can Giannis and the Bucks defend their title, or will an upstart knock them off and take the crown? Follow all the action on 1029 ESPN, your home for the NBA playoffs.
Hey, this is manager Michael Schlack, and you're listening to Missoula Paddleheads Baseball on ESPN Missoula 102.9.
Well, Missoula's got some work to do now, trailing the Great Falls Voyagers by 6 after a 5-run barrage from the Voyagers in the top half of this inning. Saw 6 consecutive batters reach, as I mentioned. It's about everything you could see happen did. Home runs, walks. As Dolander has a cushion now. Jared Akins will lead things off. He fouled the first pitch off to the left to start things off. Bottom third of the order. Dolander, he had a while to think about the bottom half of the third. He's been cruising. First 2 innings, he's been out there. The 0-1. Outside missing as the count is now even at a ball and a strike. 6 up, 6 down. 2 strikeouts as well for the right-hander. Saw 1 well-struck ball by Nick Gatewood. That's really been it. 1-1 pitch. Misses to Akins to make the count 2-1. Getting the start on 2 consecutive days is Akins. Had a nice night last night, 2 for 4. Has appeared in 3 games overall as Akins hits this one on the ground, foul, off to the right. Count now even at 2-2 to Jared Akins. Nico Pacheco to follow, then Jaden Hanna in this half inning for the Missoula Paddleheads, trying to find something offensively to fight back in this one. 2-2 pitch to Akins. In on the hands, missing for ball 3. 3-ball, 2-strike count. Emmanuel tried to frame that pitch up on the inside, but did brush Akins off the plate as well, so definitely missed the spot. Count full, the payoff pitch is skied foul. Left side, Emmanuel giving chase, but this one's into the seats. Close to one of those fire pits out on the concourse. They brought those in new last year, and they're back here for 2022. Can grab some fire pit seating here at the yard. Seems like a good deal, especially on kind of a cool night like tonight. You get weight service as well if you get your fire pit seating. 3-2 pitch is a ground ball to second. Corralled by Atwood. Takes his time, throws to first in time to Deeb to get the out. Akins was hustling up the line, but a pretty routine play for Andy Atwood. That sends Nico Pacheco into the box. Pacheco seeing his 3rd start. He's played in 4 games so far for the Missoula Paddleheads in his 2nd stint here in the Pioneer League. First season with the Missoula Paddleheads. Pacheco waiting outside the box. Probably just waiting for his name to be announced on the PA. A lot of times it's kind of fun to watch how batters come to the plate with walk-up music and that sort of thing. Every guy's a little bit different. First pitch to Pacheco is fouled off to the right. 0-1 the count. Some players with walk-up song will have the routine down to a T. They know where the song's coming in. They know exactly when they want to walk in the box. Thinking about where the moment is in the song. A 1 pitch is outside to even up the count. And some batters don't really pay attention to their walk-up music. Kind of an interesting deal. Ball players are all just about their own thing as the 1-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Ball and 2 strikes the count. One out, 6-run advantage for Great Falls. Largest lead they've had. 1-2 pitch is fouled off. going back to that last series at Centene Stadium in Great Falls, it was really pretty tightly played series. Great Falls winning 2 of 3, but it was a 1-run win for the Voyagers in Game 1 and a 2-run win in Game 3. 1-2 pitch is fouled off again by Pacheco. Jaden Hanna waits next for the Paddleheads. Would love to just see somebody get on here in the bottom of the third. Been plenty of base runners on the other side for the Voyagers. Jason Munch charged with all 6 of the runs that came in that last half inning. 5 runs, I should say. 6 runs total as the 1-2 misses low to Pacheco. Evens up the count. Nice at bat here from Nico Pacheco. Fouling off a couple of pitches has now worked it to a 2-2. When you're trailing by 6, base runners are your friend. The 2-2 on the way is hit out into right field. Drifting back is Brunson. He reaches up and can't get it as it bounces off the bottom of the wall. Pacheco is going to go into second with a double. Nice swing for Nico Pacheco with 1 out. Was able to get that one to the wall. Brunson did about all he could, reaching up high, trying to make the catch on the move, but he could not get to it. As that will bring Jaden Hanna into the box with 1 out and a man in scoring position. Hanna, his professional debut last night out of Cumberland's University. Oregon native, also played at Western Oregon University. Hanna reached in his first at-bat on a walk, would later score. Went 0 for 3 otherwise. First pitch, swing and a miss at a fastball. No ball, 1 strike count to Jaden Hanna. Was added to the roster after a couple of injuries on the infield to both McLean O'Connor and Anders Green, both on the inactive list. A 1 pitch, swung on and missed. Fastball on the inside, count now 0-2 on Jaden Hanna. Trying to make something happen after a 1-out double from Nico Pacheco, the first base runner of the night. For the Paddleheads, they're in the bottom of the third, who trail by 6. 0-2 pitch, swung on and missed. That one knee high and off the plate a bit. Tough pitch to lay off of. Hanna goes down swinging for the 2nd out of the inning. Kevin Watley will now be the batter. He'll have to try to come up with something here with 2 outs. He did hit the ball pretty hard in his first at-bat, leading off the first inning. Hit a line drive, but right to the shortstop, Adam Oviedo. So it's 0 for 1. Pacheco at second. Watley waits. Dolander throws. This one a line drive down the right field line, hooking foul. Well-struck baseball by Watley. Just could not quite straighten it out. Nothing and 1 the count with 2 outs. If you think you're kind of losing it a little bit hearing barking dogs, no, you're not. The 0-1 pitch is ground ball right side foul. Because it is a Wolf Wednesday here at the ballpark. Every Wednesday, home game, Allegiance Field, Oakland Park. You can bring out your dog to enjoy some baseball. Now, what's this all about? Tommy Thompson coming out of the dugout. Up, there we go. That's number 2. You're just joining us for Voyager Paddlehead broadcast. Said this week we're going to keep track. Every time Tommy Thompson comes out to talk with the umpires, we're going to not mark it down. See, at the end of the week, how many times he does it. We're calling him Tommy Talks. This is the 2nd this week. Mound visits don't count. But anytime he comes out to talk with the umpires, and I have absolutely no clue what his gripe is here. Thompson upset about something. Still yakking with the umpires. Now Watley getting involved in the conversation as well. This brings hitting coach Jeff Lyle to his aid. What in the world's going on here? Everybody's beefing with everybody. Simmer down now. 0-2 the count to Kevin Watley. I have no idea what any of that was about. Evidently, something that Watley was doing in the box upset Tommy Thompson. The 0-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3. That's the end of the inning. So Nico Pacheco doubles with 1 out, but that's it in this half inning. Paddleheads are held scoreless once again. Top of the 4th coming up. It's all Voyagers. 6-0 the score on ESPN Radio 102.9. And go.
I am Jeff Laporte, an orthopedic surgeon and the medical director. I am Jeff Laporte, an orthopedic surgeon. I am Jeff Laporte, an orthopedic surgeon and the medical director of the Missoula Bone and Joint Surgery Center. I am here to welcome you to our new state-of-the-art facility in Missoula, Montana. Since we opened, the feedback from our patients has been very positive. Our goal was to build a facility that helps us provide the best surgical services by increasing access to patient care and also providing high-quality orthopedic surgical services. In addition to the usual outpatient procedures we have done for years, we can also offer joint replacement surgery and spine surgery with the option of an overnight stay. Research shows that patients' outcomes are better if they return home soon after surgery. Our board-certified orthopedic surgeons, anesthesiologists, and support personnel are committed to providing the highest quality of care at our new state-of-the-art facility at Missoula Bone and Joint Surgery Center.
Missoula Bone and Joint. Quality care from people who care.
KKVU HD3 Stevensville and 102.9 FM on K275BS Missoula. Away from your radio? Stream Paddlehead Baseball live on 1029ESPN.com. Now back to the ballpark.
A lot of fun to be had here at the Yard this weekend. These same two teams, Voyagers and Paddleheads, will get together. Friday nights be nights of inclusion and positive vibes to celebrate Pride Week here in Missoula. Come out to the Yard on Friday night for Pride Night, celebrating the LGBTQ community as Andy Atwood, this is Tavis Brunson in the box, leading things off. Brunson, Atwood, and Deeb do up 2-3-4 against Smith. So Pride Night, Friday night. Come get your tickets. Go paddleheads.com. I'll be rocking the rainbow flag socks that they'll be giving out before the game to fans. Got a cool Paddlehead emblem on there as well. Why not? They're long socks, so you can get away with it. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball off the plate away. Strike 3 begins the top of the 4th. Brunson goes down. He's now 1 for 3. Andy Atwood will now be the hitter. That's what kind of threw me for a second, thinking it would be Atwood at the plate, because you may remember it was Brunson in the box at the end of the last half inning, but Braden Daniel got thrown out at second trying to steal. First pitch, Atwood pops it up. Hanna to the right of second base, camped underneath it. He makes the catch. So working quickly in this inning is Smith, getting a couple of quick outs, strikeout and a pop-up. That's exactly his job. After the third inning went wrong for Jason Munch, he saw him depart after seeing 6 base runners in a row reach. Voyagers scored 5 runs in that frame, all charged to him. For Smith, try to keep your club hanging around, so to speak. Get quick outs. Send your team right back up to the plate. Let them try to build some momentum offensively. Just been one hit so far, just the one base runner. It was a double in the last half inning for Nico Pacheco. 1-0 is the count now to Michael Deeb, who reached on a walk in the third inning. He's 0 for 1 with a K. Smith delivers this one in the dirt, makes the count 2 balls and no strike. Mention how Billings and Glacier are getting together. Early lead for the Mustangs in the first game of that slate. 2-0 is fouled away to the left. That really will be an interesting series to follow. Yes, 2 Northern Division teams. You got Glacier, the brand new franchise, off to a 5-1 start. They're raising some eyebrows in the first couple of games. 2-1 pitch on the way. This one grounded slowly foul on the right side. Count moves to 2 balls and 2 strikes. If Deeb can find a way to get aboard here in this 2-strike count, we'd see Tyler Krabby, the DH, come into the box. 6-0 advantage, top 4, Voyagers lead. The pitch on the way is a line drive center field, but Sparks is all over it. Drifts a bit to the right, makes the play. That is the final out of the inning. Bottom 4 coming up. Paddleheads have some work to do. Trailing by 6. 6-0 is your score here on 102.9 ESPN Radio Missoula and GoPaddleheads.com.
Satisfaction is guaranteed when you choose Missoula Realty. Locally owned and operated, the team at Missoula Realty has over 100 years of combined experience. As the old saying goes, it takes a village. And in this real estate market, it takes a team. See the difference a team can make. Call Missoula Realty today. Missoula Realty has a solution for every single client, from the experienced investor to the first-time homebuyer. But hey, don't take our word for it. Read unfiltered testimonials and reviews from our past clients online at ratedagent.com. Missoula Realty, 406-549-0094.
Coulter's got beef.
Let's disqualify every single thing that happened to Barry Bonds from 2000 through 2007 when he retired. He still hit over 400 home runs. He still won multiple MVPs. He still hit 40-plus home runs 5 times before he ever started taking steroids. If you want to eliminate every single thing that you possibly can after he started taking steroids, that's fine. He's still first ballot Hall of Famer. I'm never going to get over it. Barry Bonds is the best baseball player I've ever seen in my life. He should absolutely be in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Nuanez Now, every weekday at 4 p.m. on ESPN Radio Missoula.
Teasers, parlays, props, futures, if you can think of it, you can bet it at Sportsbet Montana kiosks. Here at ESPN Missoula, we're helping you narrow down those limitless options with all betting all the time. Our sports betting segment, sponsored by Sportsbet Montana. Tune into Nuanez Now from 4 to 6 p.m. every weekday, where we will explain the lingo and analyze lines on everything from Major League Baseball to the NBA and NHL playoffs. Brush up on your knowledge with all betting all the time on Nuanez Now. Then hit the nearest Sportsbet Montana kiosk and let it ride.
This is live play-by-play on 102.9 ESPN Missoula, your home of the Missoula Paddleheads.
Missoula trailing as we enter this 4th inning, the bottom of the 4th. 6-0 deficit for Missoula. Lamar Sparks, the number 2 batter, will start things off. Despite the deficit, the fans having some fun here at the yard. They did the Simba cam in between innings. That's always kind of a fun one. They do the classic circle of life, kind of from scene from The Lion King. Everybody kind of hold up something, kind of like how Simba was held up in the movie The Lion King. And I've noticed it twice with the fans here in the Garden Cities. The 0-1 finds the outside corner from Dolander. Count quickly 0-2 to Lamar Sparks. Thing I've noticed about the fans in Missoula that, I swear, most of the people that are holding something up, like almost like honor it up to the gods, is the 0-2 is chased on the outside corner. Strike 3. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, see you later. Sparks now 0 for 2. Dolander is in control. He has looked solid through 3 1/3. Just 1 base runner allowed. That's his 4th strikeout. As Cam Thompson will now jump into the box, who struck out swinging himself in the first inning to end it. Back to the Simba cam. Seemed like the majority of the fans are holding something up. We're holding up beer. They for Simba like this. This is the king, beer. I've noticed them do that a few times as well. It fits. This city loves beer. Touched on all the breweries in this town if you're not from around Missoula, as the 0-1 is swung on and missed. 0-2 the count. Number of beer partners with the Missoula Paddleheads, Draftworks being one. That's one of my favorites. Got one of their beers, the Tropical IPA, in my fridge right now. 0-2 pitch to Thompson is fouled away to the left. No ball, 2-strike count with 1 out. And it's not just Missoula. The whole state of Montana loves their beer. Even in the town I used to live, Havre, up north, about 3-4 hours up on the High Line. That small town of about 10,000, 11,000 people. 0-2 pitch is swung on, popped up left side. Oviedo is going to be called off by McCabe, who makes the catch in between second and third base. That one's not going to hurt. Soft pop up to the left side of the infield. And 2 of the top hitters for the Paddleheads go down very quietly here in the bottom of the 4th. This has been impressive from this right-hander. Dolander keeps throwing like this. He's not going to be around very long, as Jason Newman will now come into the box. Newman hit a pop-up to Oviedo in shallow left field his first time. First pitch, fastball away for ball 1. One ball, no strike count. 6-run lead for the Voyagers. Pitch with the bases empty is a swing and a miss by Newman. Chased a fastball off the plate away. Evens up the count. And for an offense that was so productive last year, 1-1 pitch is in the dirt. Make the count 2 balls and a strike. Didn't see many instances when a starting pitcher just had complete command. And got a lot of those returning players on this team as well. So this, an impressive performance from the young right-hander. 2-1 delivery to Newman. Check swing and a fastball up above the hands, and Newman kept the bat back on an appeal. So a good hitter's count here, 3-1, as Newman tries to breathe some life into the bottom half of the 4th inning, with Missoula trailing 6-0. Nick Gatewood would be next if Newman can get on base. The 3-1 pitch. Ground ball left side. Oviedo handles a tough hop, throws it low to first, and Deeb couldn't pick it up. That was on Oviedo, the shortstop. That was not a good throw over to first. Deeb tried to pick it low, but the ball popped out of his mitt at the last second. I think he initially had it in his glove, and when he was kind of reaching it up, trying to pick up the ball out of the dirt, I think it came out of his glove on the back end. Yes, there will be an error charged, and an error on Oviedo, the shortstop. So the error keeps the inning alive for Nick Gatewood. See if that error will mean something in this inning. First pitch to Gator is low and inside. Gatewood hit the ball hard in his first at-bat to the left side, but right to Zane Zerbrug, who was able to come in a few paces. 1-0, Newman at first. The pitch on the way is a ball hit into center field. Drifting back a bit is Daniel. He's got it. A few paces in front of the warning track. Another well-struck baseball, but nothing to show for it for Gatewood so far. Paddleheads are turned away once again. To the top of the 5th we go. Voyagers in control. They lead 6-0.
At Western Cider, it's all about great cider, good times, and community. As the official cider of the Paddleheads, Western Cider has a game day deal that can't be beat. Stop by the tasting room on any home game day. Show your game ticket, buy one cider, and get one free. Kick back and enjoy a cheese or charcuterie plate with your cider. Then take a quick walk over the California Street Bridge to cheer on the Paddleheads. Western Cider, 501 North California Street, open 4 to 8 Monday through Thursday, and noon to 8 Friday through Sunday.
When Regime Seabrook joins Colter Nuanez in the studio, you know what you're going to get. A unique perspective, insightful observations, and plenty of laughs to go with it.
Matt Ryan in the last year or two, you know how lasagna noodles look like when they come out of the box? When he's walking back there and Matt Ryan's got that weird elongated giraffe neck, I have a long neck, you know, like Land Before Time style. When he moves around, he looks like a moving lasagna noodle. Oh my God. I'm just saying, man.
Catch Regime Seabrook once a week on Nuanez Now, 4 to 6 p.m. on ESPN 1029 Missoula.
Hey, son, how are you feeling?
I'm fine.
What's on your mind?
I can't explain it. Navigating without a compass, eyes waiting, started to wonder. Metamorphosis, the loss of who you thought you is.
When your kid can't find the language, help them find the lyrics. Listen to the Sound It Out album and get tips and tools to start a conversation at soundidouttogether.org. Brought to you by Ad Council and Pivotal Ventures.
This is Missoula Paddlehead Baseball on 102.9 ESPN Radio.
Welcome back to the broadcast here at Allegiance Field, Ogren Park. Game 2 of a 6-game slate. Entering the 5th inning, all Great Falls Voyagers so far over the Missoula Paddleheads 6-0. Zach Smith has brought some semblance of order to the ball game. Since coming in relief, Jason Munch saw 5 runs come in on his watch in the top of the 3rd. Since then, Smith able to get the last out of the 3rd inning, or last 3 outs, I should say, as Krabby takes low and outside, first pitch, ball 1. And Smith a quick 1-2-3 inning. Krabby, Emmanuel, and then McCabe. 5-6-7. It's the 1-0, also misses in tight to make the count 2 balls and no strikes. Krabby, a single, part of that 6-batter stretch in the 3rd inning for Great Falls where they saw 6 batters in a row reach. 2-0 pitch, missed somewhere. Makes the count 3 balls and a strike. I have no idea where that pitch missed. That one looked to be almost right down the middle. At least from our angle up here. 3 ball, no strike count. Pitch on the way from Smith is poured in for strike 1. That one seemed to be on the same line as the previous pitch. If anything, a little bit lower than the 2-0 pitch that was called the ball. Go figure. 3-1 the count now to Tyler Krabby. Smith delivers. This one right there for strike 2 on the outer half. Going inside out now is Smith on back-to-back pitches. 6 runs on 7 hits for the Voyagers. No runs on just 1 hit for the Missoula Paddleheads. Each team with an error apiece. Payoff on the way. This one fouled off by Krabby. Back to the backstop. As it's setting up, 3 teams kind of clustered up at the top in the north, early going. These Voyagers, the Range Riders, and the Paddleheads. Chucker's not far off the pace at 4-2 as well. Payoff again, swung on and missed by Krabby. Got him on a breaking ball on the low part of the zone on the outside. First out recorded in this half inning. Second strikeout for Smith on the mound as well, as Nick Emmanuel will jump into the box. Emmanuel has been on base twice so far, a walk and a single for Nick Emmanuel. As Smith kicks and fires, this one is, I believe, tapped at the plate, barely. There's a pitch on the outer half. I believe Emmanuel checked his swing and made contact with it inadvertently. That's the case. would be an 0-1 count, but they put a ball up on the big board. Or no. Umpire did call it a strike. They had it wrong on the big board as the 0-1 is fouled off. So that first pitch was a strike. Should have gone with my instinct initially. Thought it was a check, swing, tap, foul. And I saw him put 1-0 up on the board, and I thought, oh, I must have missed it. Then when they put that up there, the umpire immediately said, hey, no, it's 0-1, not 1-0. The 0-2 pitch is a line drive into left field off the bat of Emanuel. Base hit. Nice night for Nick Emanuel. Now been on base 3 times. As Eddie McCabe will now be the hitter with a man on at first and 1 out. McCabe, as did most hitters in the Voyager order, got in on the act in the third with an RBI single. First pitch taken for strike 1. Breaking ball. Good pitch from Smith. Makes the count 0-1. Not to be forgotten in this one, a lot of talk about the offense for Great Falls for good reason. The 0-1 is low, even up the count. Hunter Dolander starter in the other side. He has looked great. It's really the second good start the Voyagers have featured. Remember, game 1 back in Great Falls over the weekend saw a great performance as well from Pablo Arevalo, who we will, I'm sure, see at some point once again in this 6-game slate, pitching here on the road. 6-0 lead for Great Falls, top 5th. 1-1 pitch is fouled off by McCabe. Going towards the Missoula dugout on the left side, the count now a ball and 2 strikes, with Zane Zerbrug, the number 8 hitter in the order, waiting next for the Voyagers. 1 ball and 2 strikes is the count to Eddie McCabe. Open stance from the right, waiting on this offering. Pacheco set up outside. The pitch from Smith. Chase. Pitch in the dirt. And with their runner on at first, McCabe will not have an opportunity to try to leg it out to first base. That's the second strikeout of the inning. As Zane Zerbrug now jumps into the box. Zerbrug actually got credit for an RBI in the third. Walked with the bases loaded. That was the end of the road for Munch in that inning. First pitch, Zerbrug hits it the other way, down the right field line with some hook, and this one is going to carry foul. Emanuel was on the move. 0-1 with 2 outs. As we're kind of reset again after Emanuel went back to first base after hustling it out. The 0-1 is in the dirt, blocked by Pacheco. Nice block from Nico Pacheco. Kind of sliding to the right. Keeping his chest directly in front of the baseball, making sure that it didn't kick right or kick left, keeping it right there in front of him. Nicely done. 1-1 pitch. Hit hard, straightaway center field. Racing back is Sparks on his horse, reaches up. He can't get it. It's off the bottom of the wall. Throws it into the infield. Coming around third is Emanuel. The relay is not in time, and that's an RBI double for Zane Zerbrug. Sparks did all he can trying to track that one down in dead center field. Taking on one of the deepest parts of the ballpark, but that one landed at the bottom of the ball. Maybe made contact with the wall. Couldn't tell if it hit the warning track first. Either way, that's an RBI, another RBI for Zerbrug. And that hurts because it came with 2 outs in this inning. Thought Smith would be able to escape without allowing anything, but now the lead is even larger for Great Falls. Now it's 7-0. As Adam Oviedo will now jump into the box. One thing that's been clear watching this Great Falls club struggled for large parts of last season. Not the same ball club. This is a much better iteration of the Voyagers here in 2022. First pitch to Oviedo, called strike on the inside. With these teams getting together often through this season, it will be a fun rivalry to watch with these two teams. With obviously there being some games already played, but 27 total between these two through the season. 0-1 pitch, line drive. Hannah reaches up and catches it. Peeking it from going into right center field. That would have led to another run. Hannah with a leaping catch at second base to keep a run off the board. That's the end of the fifth. 7-0 is the advantage for the Great Falls Voyagers, but it could have been more.
The great outdoors is meant to be explored. Road tripping to the mountains, finding the perfect trail, enjoying that breeze with the windows down. Summer equals truck season. Make sure you're able to find your next lifted adventure with the rig from Northwest Motorsport. With a huge selection of over 1,400 vehicles to choose from, your next adventure is waiting right around the corner at nwmsrocks.com. That's Northwest Motorsport. Trucks, and more trucks.
High school sports are as American as apple pie. And going to a game or meet is a chance to see the stars of tomorrow shine today. But as anybody who's ever attended a high school sporting event in Montana knows, you can't have the stars without the stripes. High schools are currently looking for new officials in almost every sport. Who looks good in stripes? Anybody looking for a way to stay connected to a sport they love. If you like the idea of giving back to your community while earning a few extra bucks, chances are you'd look good in stripes too. We want to hear from you. We need to hear from you. No officials means no games. No stripes means no stars. And what kind of America would that be? Montana needs more high school officials. Go to highschoolofficials.com to sign up or learn more. That's highschoolofficials.com.
Back to live local play-by-play on 102.9 ESPN Missoula.
Touch on a few of the things happening here at the ballpark the next couple of nights. Thirsty Thursday. Tomorrow, discounted draft beers, domestic and craft. $3 domestic and $4 crafts. Then Pride Night on Friday, and on Saturday, we're going to a galaxy far, far away, Star Wars night. So if you're a fan of Star Wars, Saturday will be the night to come out to the yard. Get your tickets, go paddleheads.com. As Keaton Greenwald leads off things here in this half inning for Missoula, with the Voyagers cruising so far in this one, leading 7-0. Tacking on another in the top half of this frame, thanks to Zane Zerbrug. The 0-1 pitch to Greenwald's a ball hit fair down the first base line over Deeb's head. Greenwald is going to try to hustle for two, and he makes it. Throw in from Brunson, not in time. That's a double for Keaton Greenwald. Wasn't hit all that hard, seemed to be off the end of the bat, but was able to get enough on it to get it over Michael Deeb's head, the first baseman, and it snuck down the right field line. And for Missoula, they'll take it. It's been an adventure offensively for the first 4+ innings of this game. Got to start somewhere. And that'll work. An extra base hit with nobody out. It's Jared Akins will now jump into the box. First pitch to Akins coming. Belt high strike. Makes the count 0-1. Billings Mustangs had the early advantage when last checked over the Glacier Range Riders. 0-1 the count to Akins. Pitch coming. This one fouled straight back. Fastball challenge and an 0-1 count. Count now 0-2. Billings still firmly in control. They lead 6-0. They're a ways more complete with their ball game. It's there in the 7th inning. Got a little bit of a jump on us as well. 6:35 first pitch starts in the Magic City. So 6-0 lead for Billings. Raptors all over the Boise Hawks, 7-1 in the 6th inning. The last game in action, kind of a wild offensive affair, sees the Grand Junction Rockies on top of the Chuckers on top of the Grand Junction Rockies. Had flip-flop. So a 9-6 lead for Idaho Falls over Grand Junction over at Melaleuca Field in the 6th inning. Here we're in the bottom of the 5th. Nobody out. Voyagers lead by 7. 1-2 pitch on the way to Akins. That one is up high. Evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. There's nothing going on in either bullpen. In the way that things have gone on the mound for Hunter Dolander, you wouldn't expect there to be anybody warming in the pen at this point. 2-2 the count to Akins. Pitch on the way. Foul. Straight back. Looks like an off-speed pitch from Dolander, but Akins was able to just get a little bit of wood on it to stay alive. One of Michael Schlack's monikers, find a way. I have to try to find one down the stretch. The 2-2 is strike 3 called on the inside corner. Jared Akins can't believe it as he kind of reached his hands out of the way thinking that it was in tight. But that pitch got the call for strike 3. That's a big first out here in this half inning. And now Michael Schlack comes out arguing, and he has been ejected. He didn't agree with the call either. Schlack arguing balls and strikes, trying to defend his player as well. You could see it if you're watching the stream, that Akins kind of rose his arms up into the air, thinking that that was a pitch in on the hands, but it was called for strike 3. So Michael Schlack has now been ejected from this one. Both managers have had gripes with the umpires. To exit stage left. There is one out in the inning. As things not going Missoula's way on a Tuesday night, or Wednesday rather, here in the Garden City. Nico Pacheco will now jump into the box, with Greenwald still out on the bases. So Jeff Lyle will now be the acting manager for Missoula the rest of the way. One out now. First pitch to Pacheco is fouled, straight back. 0-1 the count to Pacheco. Doubled from Greenwald, started the inning. Pacheco also doubled in his last at bat. The 0-1 pitch on the way, called strike on the outer half. The double from Pacheco with one out in the third was the first base runner of the night for the Paddleheads. They've seen now 2 base runners since Pacheco doubled. One reached on an error in the fourth, and the double from Greenwald in this inning to lead it off. 0-2 the count. Dolander sees Pacheco call time at the plate. The 0-2 count as Pacheco now steps back into the box. Pitch on the way, fouled off. 0-2 the count. It's interesting how last night the Voyagers throwing Gustafson, their opening day starter, obviously The pitcher that the Voyagers saw as their best arm to start the season. Gustafson number 2, or excuse me, Dolander number 2. Sure looks like this is the ace of the Great Falls staff, as the 0-2 is a swing and a miss at a fastball. That's the 8th strikeout of the night for Dolander. What an outing it's been. No other way to say it. You just got to tip your cap when a pitcher is throwing as good as this. As Jaden Hanna will now jump into the box. Hanna still looking for that first professional hit. Now would be a good time for it, with a man in scoring position and 2 outs. Open stance from the left. Pitch from Dolander on the way. Foul, straight back. Fastball on the inside part of the plate. No ball, 1 strike count. Interesting how tonight we touched on the Tommy talks, and Tommy Thompson yapping at the umpires. The 0-1 is the night where we see Michael Schlack get ejected. Both umpires, or both managers, obviously had gripes. Tommy Thompson added to the Tommy talks count twice. Did once in a commercial break, so he's at 3 Tommy talks for the series now. 1-1 pitch to Hanna, way in tight. Somehow spun out of the way of that one. 2 ball, 1 strike count. Kevin Watley in the top of the order waits next for Missoula, who trails by 7. 7-0 score, bottom 5. 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Couldn't catch up to that one on the outer half. Dolander now in an opportunity to strike out the side after giving up the leadoff double. Exit another inning unscathed. Looking for strikeout number 8. The 2-2 pitch is inside. It got Hanna, I believe. Yes, it did. He'll advance to first. Hit batsman. That will bring Watley into the box with a couple of runners on base. Getting another chance with runners on base and 2 outs is Watley. Watley had a chance with a man on at second and 2 outs in the third to do some damage, but struck out swinging. See what Watley has here in this at-bat. Also lined out to the shortstop Oviedo in the game. He's 0 for 2. First pitch to Watley, swung on and missed. Pitch on the inside. 0-1 the count on Watley. So a loud response from the Great Falls Voyagers in tonight's game after seeing Missoula control things for the most part last night. Important early season battle. The 0-1 is swung on and missed. Count quickly, 0-2 on Kevin Watley. Two hits in the game, just 2 hits in the game for Missoula, 1 coming in this inning. Greenwald stands at second, Hanna at first. 0-2 the count. We await Watley to get back into the box. Sparks would be next if Watley can find a way to reach. Switch hitter hitting from the left side. The 0-2 from Dolander on the way. Inside, that hit Watley as well. The 2 batters in a row get hit by a pitch. Wow. That coming with 2 strikes as well in an 0-2 count. Dolander has to be a bit frustrated with that. So now Lamar Sparks will step in with the bases loaded. Sparks does have plenty of pop in that bat. Even though the score is 7-0 now, the bases loaded. Sparks an opportunity to change the trajectory of this game big time with 1 swing. That's the reason why we're seeing manager Tommy Thompson go out to the mound to talk with Dolander. There is nothing happening in the Great Falls bullpen. So this conversation on the mound is just to try to calm down his young right-hander. Sparks tonight has been quiet offensively as he approaches the box now. One of 8 strikeout victims for Dolander so far. Bottom 5th, 2 outs, bases loaded. Missoula trying to break through in this inning. Try to inch their way just a little bit closer. First pitch to Sparks. Big swing and a miss at a fastball up above the belt. Sparks was thinking about one thing on that first swing, no question about it. He was hoping to run into one. 0-1. Sparks waits. The pitch. Foul off. Fastball in on the hands. 0-2 now. The count on Sparks. He'll have to try to adjust his approach now at the plate in a 2-strike count. No balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. See where Emmanuel lines up. Dolander looks to be set at the belt. Target inside the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss at a high fastball. Took Dolander a little bit of time, couple of hit batsmen and a double in the inning, but no runs for the Paddleheads. He ends up striking out the side. Does Dolander. That's 9 Ks for the right-hander. And Great Falls is cruising up 7-0.
Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer Equipment is a local, family-owned business and proud sponsor of Missoula PaddleHeads baseball. Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer carries a wide variety of truck and trailer accessories, gooseneck and dump equipment. Anytime you want to maximize your flatbed, have hauling needs, require specialized fabrication, or need trailer repair, get the job done right. For professional advice, go to the experts at Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer Equipment, 5680 Expressway, Missoula, or check out their inventory at www.rmtte.com.
The Well Women's Business Center is looking to fill 2 AmeriCorps Vista service positions. The Well WBC wants to help build your professional portfolio while you give back to the state of Montana. Positions include Community Outreach Coordinator and Online Community Coordinator. Don't let a lack of professional experience of training hold you back from applying. The Well WBC is looking for recent graduates to help build professional experience with a priority on flexibility, working from home and support. Learn more online at wellwbc.org under careers.
I already know you're hungry. I don't even have to ask. I'm always hungry too. So then it should come as no surprise that each and every week on my daily radio show, Nuanez Now, we're giving away all the great things for you to eat. Whether it's gift cards to Taglieri Deli, wings from the Desperado Sports Tavern and Grill, or a sandwich and a 6-pack from Warden's Market, tune in to Nuanez Now from 4 to 6 each weekday on 102.9 ESPN Radio for your chance to fill your belly.
ESPN Radio for Western Montana, KKVU HD3 Stevensville, and 102.9 FM on K275BS Missoula. We now return to Paddlehead Play-by-Play on ESPN Radio.
Back here at the Yard, Allegiance Field, Ogren Park. Game 2 of a 6-game slate sees the Great Falls Voyagers out in front 7-0 as we begin the 6th inning with Braden Daniel in the box. 1-2-3 batters coming up for the Voyagers against Zach Smith. First pitch from Smith is low for ball 1. What a start for Dolander. Starter for the Voyagers through 5. Had an eyebrows-raising start against the Owls at home last week. The 1-0 pitch, ground ball foul, first base side. That got some people's attention last week, I'm sure. But with a performance like this against the defending league champions, now you're going to put the whole league on notice. Maybe some affiliated clubs too, who knows. 1 ball, 1 strike count to Braden Daniel. First pitch on the way. Check swing. This one slowly grounded to Newman at first. He'll take it to the bag himself for out number 1. So Daniel finally retired. He had been a thorn in the side for Missoula. Entering that at bat, going in 3 for 3 with an RBI, but finally kept off the bases here in the 6th, as now Tavis Brunson will come into the box. Great Falls got off to a great start in this game right out of the chute, thanks to Brunson in the first inning. takes a strike on the first pitch here to make the count 0-1. Brunson hit a double down the left field line to score Braden Daniel to give the Voyagers immediately a 1-0 lead. 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Changeup off the plate away. Good pitch from Smith. Smith allowed the 1 run in the last half inning, but for the most part has looked pretty good out there. 0-2 the count to Brunson with Atwood on deck. The 0-2 on its way already. Swing and a miss. Brunson down on 3 pitches for out number 2 here in the top of the 6th inning. Batter will now be Tavis Brunson. Or excuse me, Brunson just struck out swinging. Andy Atwood now the batter. Atwood got the rally started. Big inning in this game for Great Falls came in the 3rd. The first pitch to Atwood misses away for ball 1. 5 of the 7 runs scored by the Voyagers were scored in the top of the 3rd. Andy Atwood, the first batter in that inning, hit a solo home run down the right field line off of Munch. The 1-0 pitch, this one a high hopper foul. Third base side, count now even at a ball and a strike. Other than that, Atwood reached on a fielder's choice in the first, hit a pop-up to shallow, or it was caught on the infield by Hanna, the second baseman. So 1 for 3. 1-1 pitch. This one called strike on the outside, count 1-2. Smith looking for a very quick 1-2-3. Top of the 6th inning to send it to the peanut inning. And if there was any time for a rally to try to fight back into a game, peanut inning, a good one to try to start in, I would think. 1-2 pitch from Smith. Taken for strike 3 on the outside corner. Good pitch from Smith. 2 Ks, a very quick 1-2-3 frame here in the 6th. Score remains 7-0 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning here on ESPN Radio Missoula and GoPaddleheads.com.
Want to reduce your carbon footprint?
Hi, I'm Dave Lapham. I was motivated to have surgery because I can no longer do the things I love doing without the pain. I had a total knee joint replacement surgery, and I'm so happy with the care that I received. The surgery went so well, I was up and walking within a few hours and went home the next morning. I would recommend Missoula Bone and Joint to anybody who wants to keep being active without the constant pain. I loved having surgery at an outpatient setting so I could recover at home, and I can't wait to get back to my outdoor activities.
Now back to Paddlehead Baseball on 102.9 ESPN Radio Missoula.
Why not? Let Sammy B bring you back. The little peanut inning chance as we begin the bottom half of the 6th inning. Good spot in the order to try to get something going. The 3, 4, 5 batters are due up in this half. They're going to need some thunder in the peanut inning tonight with Missoula trailing 7-0. Dolander has been in control to this point. The righty kicks and throws the first pitch. This one a ground ball left side. Oviedo all over it on the 3rd hop. Throws, and they just do get Thompson at first. He was trying to beat that one out. Out by about a half step. That was a close play. That's one thing we've seen from Missoula so far, is they are not a club. It dogs a 90 to first at all. we've seen numerous times the Paddleheads run into hits on plays similar to that, kind of a slow hit ground ball. Not giving up out of the box, hustling it out, and they've been able to leg out a couple of infield hits. Just came up a bit short there, but good hustle from Thompson, especially in a game like this where you're trailing, things not going your way, just out there fighting. The 0-1 to Jason Newman, low for ball one. So Thompson, quiet tonight, 0 for 3. Voyagers have done a pretty good job against Cam Thompson as the 1-1 pitch is fouled straight back. Thompson was on a tear in those first 3 games of the season against Billings. In these next couple of games against the Voyagers, seen that bat quiet down. Newman 0 for 2 as he takes outside, now count now even at 2. But against Great Falls, just 4 for 19 now. Going back to those games starting over the weekend at Centene Stadium as the 2-2 pitch is low for ball 3. 3-ball, 2-strike count. See the Paddleheads offense a little bit shorthanded as well without McLean O'Connor, one of their top offensive players from a season ago. Also utility man Anders Green on the shelf as well. 3-2 to Newman with the bases empty, 1 out. Pitch on the way is a high drive into straightaway left field. This baby is way, way back there. Out of here. Holy cow. Jason Newman just hit one to the moon. A solo home run. And that's the way to get on the board. Holy cow. Newman's second home run of the season. 7-1 now the score. And it may be that will put a jolt into that Paddlehead dugout on the third base side. The paddle in the hat's coming out for that one. Wow, that was a shot by Newman. A towering, majestic home run as Gatewood takes down low. Woof, what a shot that was. 1-0 the count to Nick Gatewood with 1 out. Pitch on the way is skied into left center field. In the park, Braden Daniels still striding over, makes the play on the move. That would have been a much easier play for Zane Zerbrug, who probably would have had to just come in a couple of paces and left. But Daniel had a beat on it, made the catch for the out. Good answer from Dolander after giving up the home run ball here in this inning to get an out right away to kind of calm the waters, so to speak. But Missoula finally on the board here in this inning as Greenwald takes down low. Keaton Greenwald in the box with 2 outs. Greenwald, an extra base hit in his last plate appearance that led off the 5th inning. He was stranded in the inning, however, at second base after a double. 1 for 2 overall. Check swing. Believe Greenwald went around. Yes, he did. Strike 1. Count now a ball and 1 strike with 2 outs. That home run from Newman, just the 3rd hit of the night for the Paddleheads. Greenwald hits one foul off to the right. And those are the types of swings that people saw so often a season ago. I shouldn't say so, when he was here last 6 weeks of the season. Got used to seeing those big towering home run balls. Newman averaged over 300 as well. The 1-2 is a little flip job into right field that's going to get down in front of Brunson. Greenwald thought about trying to stretch it, puts on the brakes at first. Second hit of the night for Keaton Greenwald. Keeps it alive with 2 outs. Now 2 for 3. That's going to bring Jared Akins into the box. Akins 0 for 2 so far, struck out looking. In his last at bat in the 5th, it was a very curious call, I would say. Looked to be inside by quite a bit. Even to the point First pitch to Akins is swung on and popped up. Left side of the infield, Oviedo didn't know where it was for a second, finds it now and makes the catch. You could see him kind of put his arms up, kind of like, where is it, for a half second, but immediately was able to get it back. Makes the catch to the left of second, and that is it for this half inning. Couple of hits for Missoula. One run on the solo home run from Jason Newman, but that's it. Missoula finally on the board here in the 6th inning. Score 7-1 Great Falls as we head to the 7th.
If you haven't been to the Eagles Lodge lately, come on in and enjoy Fiesta Night. Every Tuesday starting at 5 o'clock, the Eagles is serving up authentic Mexican cuisine and Fiesta-themed drink specials starting at 5. When you stop by for lunch or dinner, meeting friends to play trivia or sing karaoke, proceeds enable the Eagles Lodge to make generous donations to local fundraisers and charities like CASA and Big Brothers and Sisters. Everyone is welcome at the Eagles on South Ave next to Rosars.
What's up, Montana? Colter Nuanez from Nuanez Now, your recently anointed Montana Radio Sportscaster of the Year, checking in with you to tell you that at ESPN Missoula, we are thrilled to announce that we will now be broadcasting Nuanez Now from the Northwest Motorsport Studio. Northwest Motorsport is new to Missoula. Located at the corner of Mount and Stevens, Northwest Motorsport has the largest inventory of trucks in the Pacific Northwest. Be sure to tune in to Nuanez Now, live from the Northwest Motorsport Studio each weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. right here on 102.9 ESPN Missoula. Help raise money for the Garden City's high school golf programs and have a blast playing around the golf at the Missoula Country Club while you contribute to a great cause. On Monday, June 13th, MCC is hosting the annual Skip Kapravica Golf Tournament. For $80 per player and $320 per team, you and your squad will get an 18-hole scramble, lunch, and a chance to win a ton of great prizes. Help raise money for the golf programs at Big Sky, Hellgate, Sentinel, and Loyola by playing in the annual Skip Kapravica Tournament at the Missoula Country Club Monday, June 13th.
You're listening to Paddlehead Baseball, ESPN Missoula.
Missoula gets on the board in the bottom half of the 6th inning. They still trail by a wide margin. 7-1 is the score. The Great Falls Voyagers leading this one here on 102.9 ESPN and GoPaddleheads.com. Thanks for joining us from wherever you are listening or watching this game from. Jeff Safford here with you. Here we have audience tuning in from all over the place, watching some Paddleheads baseball. I'd like to welcome in all Voyager fans as well. Michael Deeb to lead things off. First pitch from Smith, just low for ball 1. As the Voyagers do not send a play-by-play man on the road, so by default, all the Voyager audience also with us here. Welcome in all the folks from the Electric City. Foul back, 1 ball, 1 strike. I got to know the city of Great Falls pretty well in my 2 years living further north up in Havre. Great Falls was kind of like the lifeline, so to speak, to being really the only city of size that was anywhere near Havre. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It really is kind of a wild place up there because it's not a super small city, with there being the Rocky Boy Reservation close by to Havre also. You got close to 20,000 people that live in that area, but there is just nothing around that town within 100 miles plus. The 1-2 misses low and outside. That's about how far it is from Havre to Great Falls north on the 87, about 100 miles or so. For Great Falls, kind of a blue-collar, hard-working town. A lot of nice people there. 2-2 pitch is hit high in the air, down the left field line, drifting into foul territory as Akins, and he's going to run out of real estate. This one ends up on the grassy knoll. We'll see another 2-2 pitch to Michael Deeb. Touched on it on broadcasts when we were in Great Falls. Good city to go find some comfort food. Also, some of the best beef you will find anywhere comes out of that area. As you go towards the Rocky Mountain front west, find a town called Belt. A lot of fantastic stuff comes out of Belt. 2-2 pitch, line drive, left side, base hit for Michael Deeb. Leads off this inning with a single. 10th hit of the night overall for the Voyagers. And first hit for Deeb, who's now 1 for 2. Tyler Krabby, number 5 batter in the order, now coming up. 4-5-6 in the process of coming to the dish for the Voyagers. As Great Falls looks for a quick answer to the 1 run scored by the Paddleheads in the bottom half of the 6th inning, came on a towering home run from Jason Newman. Krabby is 1 for 3. First pitch to Krabby is fouled into the Paddleheads dugout. Looked like it went right into it. No ball, 1 strike count now to Tyler Krabby. Michael Deeb, average speed at first. Newman hanging on the bag with him. 0-1 pitch is down below the knees for ball 1. No action in that Missoula pen here in the top of the 7th inning. If you're Michael Schlack, you got to be happy with how Smith has performed here. He's done exactly what his managers asked of him. Came in the early innings with no outs recorded in the 3rd as Krabby chases low and outside for strike 2. And the objective for him was to eat some innings up. With the Paddleheads playing so many games before an off day, this is a big outing for Smith to save some of those bullpen arms. 1-2 on the way. This one in the dirt, blocked by Pacheco. Comes in front of home plate a few paces, but doesn't allow it to go far enough away to allow Deeb to try to advance. 2 balls and 2 strikes is the count to Tyler Krabby. With Nick Emanuel, the catcher for Great Falls, waiting in the on-deck circle. Middle infield hoping for a ground ball. Krabby definitely a good double play candidate. Does not have the best speed. 2-2. Here it comes. This one a ground ball to Watley at short. He flips to Hanna. That's one. On to first. A low throw. Newman digs it out. 6-4-3 twin killing. Wipes that leadoff single off the board. Just what the doctor ordered in this half inning for the Paddleheads, as that will now send Nick Emanuel to the box. With 2 outs and the bases empty in a 7-1 game, Great Falls still out in front. Great night swinging it for Nick Emanuel here in the bottom of the order. Emanuel has been on base each time he's come into the box. A pair of singles and a walk. Also 2 runs scored. First pitch to Emanuel is just down low for ball 1. Didn't miss by much. Seems like that spot in the low part of the zone's been a little inconsistent tonight. 1 ball, no strike count with 2 outs. Pitch on the way from Smith is low once again. That one, not much of a question about that pitch. First time seeing some action now going in the Great Falls bullpen down the right field line. Not sure if that means we'll see Dolander next inning or not. I would imagine so. 2-0 pitch. Grounded right side. Hanna right there on the second hop at second. Throws to first. A routine 4-3 putout ends the inning. Leadoff single from Michael Deeb, but a double play ball wipes that off. And it's another scoreless frame for the right-hander, Zach Smith. Nice outing for the righty. We are headed to the bottom of the 7th. Missoula with some work to do over the final 3 if they want to get back into it. They trail by 6 here on 102.9 ESPN Radio and GoPaddleheads.com.
Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer Equipment is a local, family-owned business and proud sponsor of Missoula PaddleHeads baseball. Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer carries a wide variety of truck and trailer accessories, gooseneck and dump equipment. Anytime you want to maximize your flatbed, have hauling needs, require specialized fabrication, or need trailer repair, get the job done right. For professional advice, go to the experts at Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer Equipment, 5680 Expressway in Missoula, or check out their inventory at www.rmtte.com.
Being in the Army National Guard is about more than serving your country. It's about being there for your community when your neighbors need you most. The Army National Guard makes college affordable, and serving part-time can help you graduate debt-free. Do you want to stay close to friends and family? The Guard allows you to serve close to home. Serving part-time in the Army National Guard lets you have the life you want. Learn more by visiting NationalGuard.com.
Sponsored by the Montana Army National Guard. Aired by the Montana Broadcasters Association at this station.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing, but not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. This breaks my heart, and it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and gives it to families in need. To help, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
This is Missoula Paddlehead Baseball on 102.9 ESPN Radio.
Wherever you are joining us from, glad you've decided to tune in to some Paddleheads baseball here on a Wednesday night. Jeff Safford here with you on 102.9 ESPN Radio Missoula and GoPaddleheads.com. It's always fun to see where some folks are coming to us from, listening in to these ball games. We'd like to give a special shout-out hello to, from all the way in the south of Georgia. Say hello to Callie Stevens. Shout out to you. How you doing? As Nico Pacheco will now lead off this inning. Swing and a miss by Pacheco as Dolander indeed does start this inning out on the mound for the Great Falls Voyagers. And what an outing it has been for the right-hander. Pacheco, Hannah, and then the top of the order. 8-9-1 spots for Missoula. The 0-1 pitch to Pacheco. Fouled straight back. Pacheco, one of a couple of extra base hits. Interesting how it's kind of played out. It's kind of been feast or famine for this Paddlehead offense. Missoula has 4 hits, only 4, but 3 of them have been for extra base hits. Got 2 doubles, 1 from Pacheco, and a dinger from Jason Newman. Led to the only run so far for Missoula. 0-2 pitch is high. That's one thing. Newman did get his money's worth with that home run. I think that thing's still going to left field. It's a towering blast by Newman. One of the longest home runs you'll ever see. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a foul by Pacheco and a high fastball. Count remains in a ball and 2 strikes to the Paddleheads catcher. Mention the 4 hits for the Paddleheads. 10 hits on the other side for the Great Falls Voyagers, and they have a 6-run advantage here in the bottom of the 7th. 1-2 the count to Nico Pacheco. Pitch on the way. This one grounded left side. McCabe handles a tough hop, throws across the diamond in time to get him. Wow, nice play defensively from Eddie McCabe. Could see that he got a funky hop right at the last second, where he kind of had to reach the glove down low at the last minute, but was able to get the glove down in time to get that tough ground ball off the bat of Pacheco, and that keeps the leadoff man off the bases. And that's what you're looking for Great Falls. You're just trying to keep Missoula out of a rally at this point. Pacheco retired, now 1 for 3 as Jaden Hanna. Jaden Hanna will now jump in. Took the first pitch for a ball. It's 1-0. He was hit by a pitch his last plate appearance. 1-0 on the way. This one fouled back. With Hanna getting his first go here at professional ball. Getting a feel for it. For the pace, I'm sure a much different animal than the collegiate level, where he just finished his career. The 1-1 is a swing and a miss. A ball, 2 strike, the count now to Hanna. There is some action going in the Voyager pen down the right field line, but I would imagine it'll be Dolander unless he runs into trouble in this inning. The 1-2, check swing, fastball up above the belt. Count now even at 2. Watley in the top of the order, due up next for the Paddleheads here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Hanna trying to get on base to set it up for the top of the order. 2-2 is the count. Here it comes. This one spoiled foul behind home plate. Back in action, Game 3 of the series coming tomorrow night, Thirsty Thursday. Friday night, get your weekend started off with Pride Night, honoring the LGBTQ community. 2-2 the count to Hannah. Pitch on the way is upstairs. Another ball makes it 3-2. And on Saturday, we'll bring you some action from a different galaxy. Star Wars night. That'll be a lot of fun. Sammy B's got a lot of fun stuff planned out. The stadium will be broken up where they'll have interactive games happening through the baseball game. Fans will be breaking up into the light side and the dark side. You'll be kind of rooting for certain things to happen through the game as the 3-2 is taken high for ball 4. And there's that kind of sprint to first base again from Hannah. That is so interesting to watch. I've never seen a ball player do anything like it as Watley comes into the box. So that's a base runner for Missoula here in the 7th. Seeing the controls start to flare a little bit last couple innings. Dolander hit a couple of batters in the 5th inning. Now we'll walk here with 1 out in the 7th. Watley is 0 for 2. First pitch to him is low and in tight. 1 ball, no strikes the count. One out, a man on at first. Hannah with good speed. Watley waits. The pitch on the way is popped up straight back behind home plate. Almost directly over the top of my booth. A ball and 1 strike the count now to Watley. Do have a pretty good vantage point here at Legion's Field. Much lower than the press box at Centene Stadium in Great Falls. That press box there even kind of almost seems like it leans forward a little bit. 1-1 pitch is skied foul off to the left. And I did actually get some reasoning as to why they built it that way this past road trip, and I was told it was because of the wind in Great Falls. It's so oftentimes extremely windy, so they built it that way. 1-2 pitch with 1 out is a line drive left center field. Zerbrug on the move, overruns it. He ran by it. Hannah's on his horse. He's headed to third. Watley into second. Zerbrug ran right by it, going towards the left. It went behind him. He overran that one. Should have been able to make the catch in left center field. Instead, there are now runners on at second and third and 1 out. Here comes Tommy Thompson out to the mound to talk with Dolander. This could be a pitching change. It looks like it is. So Tommy Thompson looks like not going to be taking any chances here. He's going to go to his bullpen with 1 out recorded and 2 men on here in the bottom of the 7th inning. I haven't seen officially what they're going to score that as. I would imagine that they'll have to credit Watley with a double there. Even though Zerbrug misplayed the ball and left overrunning it, he didn't get any leather on the ball. So I don't think that you could call that an error. The new pitcher out there for Great Falls is a returner from a season ago, Brad Demko. Left-hander, I'm sure a big reason why he's been called upon here is because got a couple of left-handed, or at least one left-handed batter waiting with Cam Thompson in the hole. Sparks is coming up right now, a right-handed hitter. But maybe ever so slightly. The door opens just a little bit here in the 7th inning for the Paddleheads to try to get something going. Thinking back to the last game where a Great Falls starting pitcher had a fantastic night. It was last weekend at Centene Stadium when it was Aravallo pitching so well. The Miami native in 7 innings gave up just 1 run. But once the Paddleheads got to the pen, that's when they saw the offense wake up. They rallied for 4 runs in the top of the 9th inning, almost tied that game late down the stretch. So that's something to look at if you're the Paddleheads, that once you got to that bullpen, all of a sudden the offense was able to have a lot more success. Maybe that's what will happen here tonight. Here's Lamar Sparks. For Sparks, it's been a rough go for him his last couple of games, just 2 hits in his last 3 games. Tonight 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. This could be a good spot for Sparks to try to make something happen. 6-run deficit, 2 men on in scoring position, only 1 out. Demko on to try to quiet the waters. First pitch on the way. This one hit pretty well. Down the left field line, hooking though, foul. Sparks got a hold of that one. Just couldn't quite straighten it out. Down the left field line. Had home run distance, strike 1. Sparks was waiting in the bushes for that first pitch, jumped all over it. Maybe just jumped a little bit too quick. 0-1 with 1 out. See if they go back to a similar spot or try something different. The 0-1 is way inside to even up the count. Sparks kind of had to backpedal out of the way of that one. 7-1 is the advantage for Great Falls. Missoula looking to fight back here in the bottom of the 7th inning with a couple of men aboard. Demko hanging that left arm down, looking in at Emmanuel. Demko, his second appearance against Missoula this season. The 1-1 pitch is just outside. Make the count 2 balls and a strike. Mention the matchup next favors Great Falls. Left-handed batting Cam Thompson waits on deck. Sparks trying to do damage with a couple of men on in scoring position in a 2-1 count. Demko sets just above the belt, the 2-1 on the way. Swing and a miss at a fastball on the outer half. Strike 2, count now even at 2. Game 2 between Paddleheads and Voyagers. Great Falls looking to even up the 6-game slate. Missoula looking for a late inning comeback. 2-2 the count. Sparks resting the bat near his shoulder. Demko ready, target inside, the 2-2 pitch. Swinging a ground ball right side. Handling that one is Atwood. He goes the short way to first to get the second out of the inning. It is a productive out, as coming in to score from third is Hannah. An RBI ground out for Lamar Sparks. Makes it 7-2. Nice situational at bat there for Lamar Sparks. May not steal the headlines on the box score tomorrow, but that's what you're trained to do as a professional hitter. In a 2-strike count, the man on in scoring position, put the ball in play on the right side of the infield to get a run home, and that's exactly what Lamar Sparks did. Here's Cam Thompson now with still 1 man on at third. It's Watley. Demko sets and fires the first pitch, and this one's hitting towards the gap. Right center field. Coming in is Brunson. He dives. He can't get it. Thompson will advance to second and stop there. Coming in to score is Watley. It's now 7-3. That one hit a bit off the end of the bat by Thompson. Brunson made a great effort to try to track that one down, but he couldn't get to it. So Thompson, an RBI double. His first hit, he's now 1 for 4 as Jason Newman jumps into the box. Newman, I think Newman's home run ball from 6th inning is still going. Solo home run got the Paddleheads on the board. First pitch from Demko here, taken on the outer half for strike one at the knees. That one looked like a changeup from Brad Demko. 0-1 the count with 2 outs. See if Newman can keep it rolling with 2 away. Another man on in scoring position. Paddleheads have cut it to 4. It's 7-3. 0-1 right back up the middle. A base hit for Newman. Here comes Cam Thompson. He scores easily. That's another RBI for Jason Newman, and the Paddleheads have cut it to a 3-run game. It's 7-4. Don't go anywhere. Missoula fighting back here in the 7th. Two hits and 2 RBI at bats in a row for Newman. Touched on his struggles coming into tonight. Seems like Newman's starting to figure it out. It's now Nick Gatewood will try to keep this 2-out rally alive. Gatewood is hitless, 0 for 3. Has hit the ball hard a couple of times, though. First pitch to Gatewood. Didn't chase that breaking ball off the plate away. They appeal the second, no swing. I guess I shouldn't have spoke so soon, but didn't come back to bite me in the end. 1-0. Because if on the appeal they would have said he swung, I feel like everybody would have started looking at me. What are you talking about, Jeff? 1-0 pitch, strike at the knees, on the outside apparently. That one looked to be well off the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Jeff Lyle, hitting coach, agrees with me. He's barking at the umpires from the third base coach's box. Wow. 1-1 the count to Gatewood. Pitch on the way, breaking ball. That one is low. That one looked to be closer to home plate than the last pitch that was called a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike to count with 2 outs. Missoula fighting back. Got the lead down to 3. It's 7-4 in the bottom of the 7th. Newman still on at first. The 2-1 from Demko is fouled at the plate. Ball went almost straight down. Now this Paddlehead club is so tough. They will fight you to the bitter end. And everything it was going Great Falls' way up to this point. Last couple innings, Missoula chipping away at that lead. The 2-2. Swing and a miss at a changeup down below the knees, and the Voyagers are out of the inning. However, the Paddleheads do score 3 times thanks to an RBI double from Cam Thompson, an RBI ground out from Lamar Sparks, and an RBI single from Jason Newman. Now a 3-run contest, 7-4 your score as we head to the top of the 8th inning here on 102.9 ESPN Radio and GoPaddleheads.com.
Hi, I'm Brent Musburger. After growing up in Billings, my professional broadcasting career introduced me to many NFL players, and I was so happy to learn that over 250 Montana athletes have reached that pro football level. As an inductee into last year's Montana Pro Football Hall of Fame, please join me in welcoming this year's class of outstanding football achievers. Our induction banquet is at Billings Hotel and Convention Center, Saturday, June 25th. Tickets are available at all Montana Universal athletic stores.
Everybody knows that high school sports generate suspense, excitement, and drama.
They also generate higher grade point averages, stronger work habits, and greater self-esteem.
Everybody knows that high school sports give us more value for our entertainment dollar.
They also give us leaders committed to strengthening communities right here in Montana. The true value of playing sports in school can't be measured in wins and losses or dollars and cents. Studies show that participation in sports, along with other extracurricular activities, is one of the best ways to teach leadership, cooperation, accountability, and other invaluable life skills. Don't just stand on the sidelines. Encourage the young people you know to get in the game. When you do, you'll be helping them get ahead in life. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the Montana High School Association and the Montana Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
ESPN Radio for Western Montana. KKVU HD3 Stevensville and 102.9 FM on K275BS Missoula.
What's up? This is Sammy B, the MC for your Missoula Paddleheads. Thanks for listening to Paddleheads Baseball on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM.
Back in here, top of the 8th inning. Missoula making this thing a game, coming down the stretch. Trailed by as many as 7. Is now a 7-4 ball game, with Eddie McCabe leading things off in this half inning for Great Falls. 0-1 is cut on and missed. Count 0-2. Quickly on McCabe. McCabe, Zerbrug, and Oviedo. Bottom third of the order for the Voyagers. There is some action going in the Missoula pen down the left field line. As Smith throws, swing and a miss at a pitch in the dirt. 3 pitches, 3 strikes. Buenos dias, buenos tardes, y buenos noches. See you later, Mr. McCabe, as Zane Zerbrug steps into the box. McCabe now 1 for 4. See if Zerbrug can make up for the mistake he made in the last half inning. Line drive hit off the bat of Watley to left field. He actually overran it. Running laterally, first pitch is just low from Smith. The count now 1 ball and no strikes. I haven't seen that happen too many times where player running. In that instance, it was Zerbrug running from left to right going towards the foul line. As there's a high chopper left side under the glove of Thompson, gloved by Watley, but he's not going to have a play at very deep short. So that'll be an infield hit for Zane Zerbrug. 3rd time he's been aboard tonight. Z reaches with 1 out ahead of Adam Oviedo. Oviedo hitless tonight. Very nice play made by Hanna at second base. Ended the 5th inning. First pitch to Oviedo, fastball in tight for ball 1. Was a line drive hit towards Hanna at second, and he leapt up and made a leaping catch to keep the ball from going into right center field. That was an important play because it kept a run off the board. The Voyagers had scored 1 in that 5th inning, bring it to a 7-0 advantage. That play by Hanna kept another run off the board. And who knows, with Missoula on the comeback trail, that could be a very important play. And this game is in the books. 1-0 to Oviedo, swing and a miss. Pitch on the outer half evens up the count. Mentioned some work going in the Paddleheads pen. The lefty out of SoCal, Quentin Longry, has gotten up. He has looked very good so far this year for Michael Schlack. 4 scoreless innings so far for the left-hander. 1-1. Pitch will not come as Smith tosses back to first to check on Zerbrug. And what a nice night for Smith out of the bullpen. He came in all the way back in the 3rd inning, and here he is still out there in the 8th. Really been able to spell a lot of those bullpen arms. 1-1 pitch on the way. Swung on and missed on a pitch on the inside. That's why Smith is such a good weapon to have, having the experience starting last year in the Atlantic League. You know that he can eat up a lot of innings, where he can go out there and have a situation happen just like this. Runner takes off on the 1-2. Throw down by Pacheco is to the left of second. So Zerbrug's got a steal. 2-ball, 2-strike count. That pitch missed off the plate away to Oviedo. Top of the order, Braden Daniel waits next for Great Falls, who leads by 3. 7-4 score. Voyagers, I'm sure, would love to see another run or two of insurance coming down the stretch, with Missoula scoring in each of the last 2 innings. 2-2 is the count to Oviedo with 1 out. Oviedo taking his time now, getting back into the box. Smith, looks like he's already got what he wants from Pacheco, and now time is going to be called once again. At home plate by Pacheco. Now Pacheco looks like he's going to go out and talk with Thompson on the mound. We saw Oviedo kind of prolong getting back into the box. Maybe that's the reason why Pacheco went out to have a talk. Say, hey, don't worry about that. You're in control out there on the mound. You set the pace. Don't worry about what the man is doing in the box. Zach Smith sets now just above the belt. Pacheco set up away. The 2-2 swung on and missed. A breaking ball. Got him swinging. Another strikeout. The K's just keep on piling up for the right-hander Smith. That's 7 strikeouts for Zach Smith. Lineup flips back up to the top as Braden Daniel now jumps into the box. Daniel bounced out slowly on a check swing to Newman at first his last time up. First time he was retired in the game. It's been a great night offensively for Daniel. First pitch to him is in the dirt, blocked by Pacheco. For the most part, Pacheco's had a nice night defensively behind the plate. Doing well, keeping balls out in front of him. 1-0 the count to Braden Daniel in a 3-run game. 7-4 lead for the Voyagers in the top of the 8th. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Off the end of the bat, foul. Evens up the count at 1. 2 strikeouts for Smith in this inning. Looking back at it, Smith is finished with 2 strikeouts in 3 of his last 4 innings. Chance to strike out the side still here. This has been impressive from the right-hander. 1-1 the count to Braden Daniel. Pitch on its way. Fastball just a bit high. 2-ball, 1 strike count now. I have to say, one of the only reasons Missoula has had an opportunity to fight back in this one, obviously the offense getting going the last couple innings has had a hand in it, but Smith holding it down on the mound, that's been a big key as well. 2-1 to Daniel, pitch coming. This one low and inside. Pacheco slides to the right to keep it from going to the backstop. Daniel now in the driver's seat in a 3-1 count. Paddleheads can play with that open base at first if they want to. With the runner on, Zerbrug at second with 2 gone. Brunson would be next if Braden Daniel gets on base. 3-1 pitch from Smith. This one a line drive, base hit into right field. That's going to score Zerbrug easily. And this one goes to the wall as well as Daniel strides into second base with a double. What a great night for Braden Daniel and a big run of insurance as the lead is back up to 4. 8-4 now the score with the Voyagers out in front. Brunson in the box, a left-handed batter. I'd imagine that will bring Jeff Lyle out, and yes, it will. As that will be the end of the night for Zach Smith. Here with 2 outs in the 8th inning. But still a great effort from the right-hander to get him this far. Couldn't quite get that last out of the 8th. With the left-handed batter coming up, it makes sense for Jeff Lyle to go to the bullpen. Bring Quentin Longry in here to face Tavis Brunson. I assume that's what was going to take place, but Lyle is still out there on the mound talking with Smith, so maybe not. And yes, indeed, that is what's going to happen. Smith pled his case, staying out there on the hill, but eventually we're now going to see Quentin Longry come in out of the bullpen. So pitching change here in the top half of the 8th. Great Falls gets one of the runs back that they lost in the last half inning, getting a lead back up to 4 at 8-4. RBI single from Braden Daniel. Slow start offensively entering tonight for Braden Daniel. Just 7 hits and 27 at-bats, but more than doubled, forgotten half of those, I should say, over half of that amount in one game here tonight. As Daniel has 4 hits. He is 4 for 5. Single in the first, infield single in the second, RBI base hit in the third, and an RBI double here in the 8th. As Quentin Longery now coming into the fray, rookie out of USC. Also Mission Viejo, California. He's looked very good. His first couple of outings for manager Michael Schlack. Last inning was one of his strongest as well. Struck out the side in Game 3 of the Billings series. He will face Tavis Brunson, a left-handed batter. Asked to get the last out of this 8th inning, and very well could be asked to go out once again for the 9th. Try to nail down the last 3 outs in regulation for the Missoula Paddleheads. Try to keep this deficit as small as possible coming down the stretch here. Looking around the rest of the Pioneer League. Another Northern Division matchup over in Billings. They are already in the top of the 9th inning at Dealer Park. The Range Riders trail the Mustangs 8-0. That ball game over in Billings, so a good start in that series for the Mustangs. And after the Billings was swept here at this ballpark, they've now won 3 games in a row to get back to 500. Assuming that result holds with Billings way out in front at Memorial Stadium in Boise, the Ogden Raptors hold a 3-run lead as Brunson takes a strike in the first pitch in this at-bat facing Longery. So 7-4 Raptors over the Hawks. Last game, what a wild one happening at Melaleuca Field. 14-12 is the score, favoring the Chuckers over Grand Junction. The 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Thought it was foul tipped at first, but strike 2. Couldn't catch up to that pitch on the outer half. That game with the Chuckers and Rockies is only in the 7th inning. Started at the same time as us. We're in the top of the 8th. 0-2, the count with 2 outs. Daniel stands at second, drove in a run in this frame. Pitch on the way, fouled. Straight back by Brunson. The count stays at 0-2. Brunson, a good start to this game. An RBI double in the first, but it's been all quiet since then. He's 1 for 4. Struck out in his last 2 at-bats in the 4th and 6th innings. 0-2, 8-4 now lead for Great Falls here in the top of the 8th with 2 outs. Longery kicks and throws. Slider, got him swinging. That's the last out of the top of the 8th, and Longery stops the Voyagers with just the 1 run scored. But Braden Daniel, a big swing with 2 outs. A double down the right field line extends the lead to 8-4. See if Missoula can continue to try to fight in this one, trailing 8-4 on 102.9 ESPN Radio and GoPaddleheads.com.
If you or someone you care about is living with memory loss, Missoula Aging Services is here for you. A variety of low-cost memory care support services are now available to help people in Missoula and Ravalli counties live with dignity and independence. If you have concerns about memory loss, call Missoula Aging Services at 728-7682 or visit our website at missoulaagingservices.org.
Satisfaction is guaranteed when you choose Missoula Realty. Locally owned and operated, the team at Missoula Realty has over 100 years of combined experience. As the old saying goes, it takes a village. And in this real estate market, it takes a team. See the difference a team can make. Call Missoula Realty today. Missoula Realty has a solution for every single client, from the experienced investor to the first-time homebuyer. But hey, don't take our word for it. Read unfiltered testimonials and reviews from our past clients online at ratedagent.com. Missoula Realty, 406-549-0094.
hon. What you doing with your phone? Taking pictures?
No, I'm asking it questions.
Like what?
Hey, Bobo, do flowers have best friends?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't know that.
Hey, follow me. I want to show you something.
Look, flowers do have best friends.
Whoa.
Some answers can only be found in nature. Discover the unsearchable. Visit discovertheforest.org to find a trail near you. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
We now return to Paddlehead Play-by-Play on ESPN Radio.
Welcome back in here. Bottom of the 8th inning here at Allegiance Field, Ogren Park. A 4-run lead for the visiting Great Falls Voyagers over the Missoula Paddleheads will be Keaton Greenwald getting things started for Missoula with Brad Demko still out there on the mound for Great Falls. Keaton Greenwald hit a double in his last at-bat. Missoula has been on the board in each of the last 2 innings as they've turned what was a 7-run lead into lowest in the last inning was just a 3-run advantage. So Missoula not going down without a fight on this Wednesday night. Demko throws the first pitch of the bottom of the 8th, and Greenwald chases it. Pitch low and outside, but Greenwald swings and misses. 0-1. Greenwald a hit in each of his last 2 ABs. Single and a double tonight. He's 2 for 3. 0-1. Target away from Emmanuel. Fastball not close. Evens up the count. There's some more action going in the Great Falls bullpen down the line. Nothing happening in Missoula in their bullpen. 1-1 the count to Greenwald. Demko throws the 1-1 pitch, check swing, but Greenwald keeps the bat back. Pitcher was low and inside. 2-ball, 1-strike count now to Keaton Greenwald. Greenwald, Akins, and Pacheco. 6, 7, 8 due up for the Jeff Lyle-led Missoula Paddleheads. 2-ball, 1-strike pitch, fouled back. Evens up the count. Reason why Lyle acting as manager, Mike Schlack was ejected earlier tonight, arguing balls and strikes. And frankly, in my opinion, the zone has been all over the place as well. So I think Schlack had a point. 2-2 on the way. Breaking ball down low for ball 3. And Schlack was ejected with the man on deck in the box, Jared Akins. Count full on Greenwald, trying to get himself on board here in the bottom of the 8th, trying to continue to fight in this ball game. Demko throws the payoff, fouled off to the right. Good at-bat from Greenwald, battling away here in the 8th inning. That's what you're seeing from this Missoula club the last couple of innings. There is just no quit in this team. And as the season rolls on, that is just going to continue to wear on opponents. That every night you come out, you know you are going to get a fight. The payoff, once again, Greenwald skies it foul. Maybe playable for Deeb. Behind the coach's box, makes the catch for out number 1. So good at-bat from Greenwald, but in the end, Demko wins the battle. Greenwald now 2 for 4 in the ball game. That will send Jared Akins into the box. Akins 0 for 3. Couple of ground ball outs and a strikeout. Eight 4 ball game, bottom of the 8th inning. Akins trying to get something started. First pitch on the way to Jared Akins. Look out. That one got away from Demko, came right over his ear hole. Akins able to dip down underneath it. 1-0. 1 ball, no strike count. This matchup sees the edge go to Demko. Lefty-lefty matchup. 1-0 pitch. Almost to the same spot with another breaking ball. Maybe a little bit closer to the left. We're going a little bit further towards the plate, but still way up high and inside. 2-0 is the count now to Jared Akins. Good hitters count with the bases empty and 1 out. 2-0 delivery, fastball cut on and missed. Pitch that looked to be high again from Demko, but Akins went after it. 2-ball, 1 strike count with 1 out in the inning. 4 runs on 6 hits for Missoula. 8 runs on 12 hits for Great Falls. 2-1 now the count to Akins. Demko kicks and throws. Swing and a miss at a fastball on the inside at the knees. Count now even at 2. Keep on rolling tomorrow night, Thirsty Thursday. These two teams will be going at it all the way through Sunday. 2-2 with 1 out. I think we'll get to know a lot of things about these two clubs, where they stand after this week is over. The 2-2 from Demko is high for ball 3. Full count now to Jared Akins. With Missoula trailing by 4, they need some base runners. Paddleheads would love to try to build up a rally in this inning. Try to set it up for the top of the order as we get down towards the bottom third. 3-2 offering, another foul off by Akins. Akins, the first batter of that 7-8-9 run towards the bottom. As Akins now standing to the left of home plate. Now Luke McCarthy, the trainer, coming out. And I'm not sure what we're looking at here. Did the umpire get hit? That's what I'm guessing what took place. My guess is that, yes, that is what took place. Looks like home plate umpire Raymond Bidwell got hit by that foul tip off the bat of Akins. Luke McCarthy doing the trainer for the Paddleheads doing some exercises, looked like checking his hand-eye coordination, looking for a potential concussion. So, injury timeout on the field for an umpire. Give credit to the Paddleheads and Luke McCarthy not taking any chances here. Obviously, a head injury, always something you want to pay attention to. So that's the reason for the brief stoppage. 1 out, 3-2 count. Jared Akins in the box with nobody aboard in an 8-4 ball game. Manager Tommy Thompson, Great Falls side, is now coming out to see how things are going. But plenty of fun to be had. Mentioned these two teams will be here all the way through Sunday. It looks like Luke McCarthy now headed back into the dugout. Looks like we're ready to continue action. So it looks like everybody's okay. Glad to see that foul tip will not lead to the exit of Ray Bidwell. As Jared Akins will come back into the box to continue this at bat. Again, one more time, reset the situation. Bottom 8, 1 out, bases empty. In an 8-4 game, the Voyagers lead it. Thirsty Thursday tomorrow at the Yard. LGBTQ Pride Night, Friday night. Star Wars night Saturday. And Sunday as well. And kind of an interesting one. 3-2 pitch on the way is low to Akins. That's ball 4. And a walk with one out for the Paddleheads. That will bring Nico Pacheco into the box with a man on. They say the game on Sunday will be interesting in that it will be a day game played here at Allegiance Field, Ogren Park. And I believe may be one of the first matinee games ever played here at Allegiance Field, Ogren Park in the professional ranks. Of course, this ballpark also used by numerous other people in the community as Pacheco takes a strike. He didn't like the call, thought it was low. Got a big call to see Demko jump out on top, 0-1 to start this at-bat with Pacheco in the box. Just this past weekend, an example of other people that use this park, there was an Legion baseball tournament here in town, Missoula over the weekend. 0-1 pitch is down low, evens up the count. 1 ball and 1 strike. Great Falls also shares Centene Stadium with the Legion team. The Great Falls Chargers play at Centene Stadium. Legion baseball, to this point, the highest level of youth baseball in Montana, but that's about to change as the 1-1 pitch is a foul tip into the glove of Emmanuel. As for next season, for the first time, Montana will have high school baseball. Not travel ball. It will be through the school. A couple Class AA schools have said they're going to play. Still just kind of adding on at this point, deciding who and who isn't. The 1-2 pitch is outside. I think that is such a cool deal for baseball in Montana, just to see it more available. Because there's nothing wrong, obviously, with the Legion baseball, the summer travel teams, but just having high school baseball available makes the game more available for more people. 2-2 pitch to Pacheco is inside. Full count again. Demko in danger of putting a couple of men on for free. And this bottom third of the order might be starting to do exactly what I alluded to. Try to set something up for the top of the order. 3-2 the count to Nico Pacheco with Aikens on at first. Let's see if he takes off in this spot. He does not. And this one's fouled off by Pacheco. I could see why the Paddleheads choose to not be aggressive. Trailing by 4, they're more interested in keeping runners on base, where if Aikens were to take off, and maybe you hit into a double play or you get thrown out, then you have no chance at a rally. So I can see the think. 3-2, fouled off again by Pacheco. Count stays full. Another good at-bat from Nico Pacheco. Good at-bat as well from Greenwald to start this inning. He ended up hitting a pop-up for the first out, but saw quite a few pitches from Demko on the mound. This will be the eighth pitch of this at-bat. The payoff. This one hit pretty well. Straight away left field. Bat flip in the air. This baby's gone. Nico Pacheco with a 2-run blast. And the Paddleheads cut it to 2. His first homer of the year. And Pacheco knew it the second he hit it. What a great at-bat from Nico Pacheco. In the 8th pitch, he launches a 3-2 slider and maybe is still going. 2-run game, it's 8-6. This game far from over. And he bat flipped it to the moon. Here's Hannah. Hannah now a chance to keep it going. And that's going to get some bullpen activity going as well for the Voyagers. They'll stick with Demko for now. This being a lefty-lefty matchup, you got the switch hitting Watley on deck. First pitch to Hannah. Hannah showed bunt for a sec, but took it for a strike. Maybe a bluff. Just to get the Voyagers to think a little bit. His style is interesting. Very unique. The 0-1 is in tight. Did it get him? Yes, it did. Hannah gets hit for the second time in the game, and the Paddleheads will bring the tying run to the plate. Once trailed by 7, never thought that it would be possible, but Missoula has brought the tying run to the plate in the bottom of the 8th. They have scored in each of the last 3 innings, and they have plenty of life. Watley doubled in his last at bat. That was the play out in the left where Zerbrug overran it. A line drive into left field. Switch hitter Watley hitting from the right side against Demko with Hannah at first. First pitch is inside for ball 1. Watley also was hit by a pitch. There's been a number of hit batsmen in this game. Mention how Hannah's been hit twice. Watley was hit by a pitch. That's quite a few. Also saw Akins get hit by a pitch as well earlier in the game. As Tommy Thompson, look at this, has come to the mound and made a pitching change in the middle of an at-bat. With Demko on the mound. You don't ever see that. Very rarely do you see it. In the middle of an at-bat, Tommy Thompson makes a pitching change. So in a 1-0 count, Watley in the box. We're going to see a pitching change here. Is now out there on the mound will be Montana Quigley. Pitcher that's been out there a couple of times against Missoula already. Quigley's appeared twice against the Paddleheads. Quigley actually got the save in the first game of the road series at Centene Stadium on Saturday night. Gave up a couple of runs in that stint, but was just able to hold the line in the top of the 9th inning as the Paddleheads fell by a run. But Missoula has fought right back into this one. After falling into a 7-0 hole in the first 5 innings, Missoula has outscored Great Falls 6-1. Since Jason Newman got it started with a solo homer in the bottom of the 6th inning, and they've scored in the next 2 innings after that. And just this never die moniker of this Paddlehead team is being showed off here. Team is tough, and they will fight you to the bitter end every night. And really is fun to watch, as you can come to the park any night and feel like there's no game that you're ever out of. So Hannah's on at first. Watley's in the box. He already has a 1-0 count on him. But Quigley comes in the midst of the at-bat. Looks to be pretty much ready now. As now Watley, how often do you see this? Where Watley will bat from the right and left side in the same at-bat. First pitch he saw, he was hitting from the right side against the left-handed pitching Demko. Now hitting from the left side against Quigley. I definitely have never seen that. This is my 5th year covering professional baseball, and that's a new one for me. 1-0 is the count. Pitch to Watley is taken all the way for strike 1 on the inside from Quigley to even up the count. And one thing that does, switching from the right to the left, is it makes that short porch and right more accessible for Watley. Hitting from the left side, 287 down the line. Tying run in the box is Watley as the 1-1 misses outside. 2 balls and a strike to count. Missoula, with 6 runs in the last 3 innings, have made this a game. 8-6 the score here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Great Falls still out in front, but Missoula far from done. Pitch to Watley, a little flare. Right field, this one gets down for a hit. The tying run now on base for the Paddleheads. The line just keeps on moving, and now Lamar Sparks will jump into the box representing the lead run. Unreal. What an interesting battle this will be now. Lamar Sparks, 0 for 4 in the game, did drive in a run on an RBI ground out in his last at-bat in the 7th, but represents the lead run in the box with the tying runs on. First pitch to Sparks is up high for ball 1. What an effort by the Paddleheads coming down the stretch. Quigley trying to find something, hanging that right arm down, looking in at Emmanuel. Now set up on the right side of the rubber. The 1-0 pitch is a ball hit towards the middle and through the middle. Base hit. Here comes Hanna around third. He scores. It's a 1-run game. Sparks broke his bat, but he still had enough on it to get it through the infield. And it's a 1-run game at 8-7. What a comeback from Missoula. Once trailed by 7, now it's all the way down to 1. And now it's Killer Cam Thompson coming to the plate with the tying run in scoring position at second with 1 out. You have got to be kidding me. What a battle between these two. Let's see how the Voyagers play this defensively. Looks like McCabe is going to play in at third, almost on the infield grass. Deeb is going to play behind the runner, middle infield, praying for a double play ball next to that second base bag. First pitch to Cam Thompson, way outside, ball 1. They do have good speed on the bases with Watley at second and Sparks at first. What an impressive swing from Sparks. His bat ended up splintered in half. That swing up the middle, but he was able to muscle it through the infield to get that run in. Only 1 out in the inning. Bottom 8, 8-7 the score. 1-0 pitch to Thompson. Fastball, misses the plate. 2-0 the count. And the last thing you want to do in this spot is walk Thompson ahead of Jason Newman, who seems to be seeing it in his last 2 at-bats. He was the man that got this whole thing started back in the 6th inning. It has been a torrid comeback the last 3. 2-0 is the count to Thompson. Tying run at second, the lead run on at first. Time is called at the plate. Two and 0 is the count to Cam Thompson. Pitch to him. High. Ball 3. 3-ball, no strike count. Quigley is in danger of walking the bases loaded and putting the lead run in scoring position and putting the tying run on at third. 3-0 is the count to Quigley. Sammy B wants him to throw it in the dirt. The pitch on the way. Fastball. Whoa, called a strike on a pitch that was off the plate. 3-1. No question about it. That was at least half a ball off the plate away. 3-1 is the count. There's been a few odd calls like that behind the plate. Zone has frankly been all over the place on both sides. 3-1 with one out. Pitch on the way is swung on. A little flare down the left field line. It's hooking foul. Off the end of the bat, thought that was trouble, but it just had some hook. Off the bat, I thought that was going to fall in there down the line. We're going to watch Sparks run for a while. What a big pitch here. 3-2, one out. 2 runners on in what is now a 1-run game. 6 runs have come in for the Paddleheads in the last 2 innings, 7 in the last 3. Quigley looking for something, looking at second, the payoff, taken for strike 3. Looked to be in a similar spot on the outside. Thompson hated the call, but got the call for strike 3. Jeff Lyle also having some words with the umpire. A lot of the umpires behind home plate in the seats also not liking the calls. But the Voyagers still not out of this mess with Jason Newman coming into the box with 2 outs. Jason Newman, quiet start. 0 for 2 in his first ABs, but a home run and an RBI single in his next 2. As Newman hits one hard, straightaway center field. Daniel going back towards the wall, and he makes the catch up against the wall. Newman took it all the way back to the wall, but Braden Daniel tracked it down at the wall as far as he could go. Newman almost took it out of here, not quite. We're headed to the top of the 9th. But Missoula has all the momentum, trailing by just 1 now. 8-7 the score on 102.9 ESPN Radio Missoula.
Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer Equipment is a local, family-owned business and proud sponsor of Missoula PaddleHeads baseball. Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer carries a wide variety of truck and trailer accessories, gooseneck and dump equipment. Anytime you want to maximize your flatbed, have hauling needs, require specialized fabrication, or need trailer repair, get the job done right. For professional advice, go to the experts at Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer Equipment, 5680 Expressway in Missoula, or check out their inventory at www.rmtte.com.
5210 Let's Move Missoula is a community initiative striving to help build healthy kids and residents of all ages, no matter where they live, work, play, or learn. 5210 even offers a monthly calendar of no-cost or low-cost family-friendly activities available to everyone across all of our community. To view the 5210 monthly activity calendar, go to 5210letsmovemissoula.org. This message is brought to you by 5210 Let's Move Missoula in partnership with United Way of Missoula County.
How do you define strength? Is it physical? Or is it mental? Maybe it's both. Maybe it's whatever empowers a person to dig deeper, fight harder, and overcome obstacles that once seemed insurmountable. Discover how much stronger and more confident your children can be. Encourage them to participate in a sport when they go to high school.
This message presented by the Montana High School Association and the Montana Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Away from your radio? Stream Paddlehead Baseball live on 1029ESPN.com or on the TuneIn Radio app. Now, back to the ballpark.
What will the 9th inning have in store? Well, we're about to find out. Paddleheads trailed by as many as 7 runs in this game, and now entering the 9th inning, it's all the way down to 1. Jason Newman almost gave Missoula the lead, taking one to dead center field to end the inning, but Braden Daniel made the catch at the wall. New pitcher is coming on for Missoula for the bottom half of the 8th. It's a newly acquired player out of Parker, Colorado, and Cal Poly. It's Peter Bear making his Paddleheads debut. Player with some affiliated experience, pitched with the Stockton Ports. That's in the A system. Also appeared this season in the Mexican League. Very hard-throwing right-hander. He'll face Andy Atwood. Start this inning off. Scouting report on Bear is that he has a fastball mid to upper 9s, 95 to 98. The 0-1 is to the backstop, evens up the count. Looked like Pacheco was fooled. He was looking for a different pitch. He didn't get the glove up soon enough. Ball and 1 strike the count. It's now we're seeing the umpire go out to the mound to talk with Bear. For what reason, I'm not sure. A ball and a strike is the count. Saw the umpire shaken up earlier on a foul tip. I'm not seeing Luke McCarthy, the trainer, come out. Now we'll see the umpire go back behind home plate, and action will continue. I have no idea what that little sequence was all about, as Atwood will continue the at-bat. Bear looking to keep this a 1-run game. From the first base side, the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Fastball. On the outer half, strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Now I would think for a Great Falls order that hasn't seen this pitcher before facing this velocity, this will be a challenge for this half frame. Atwood, Deeb, and Krabby, 3, 4, 5. Good spot in the order, trying to get some insurance for the Voyagers. 1-2 pitch on the way, dips low for ball 2. Even count now, 2 balls and 2 strikes to count to Andy Atwood. Atwood got the scoring started for the Voyagers all the way back in the 3rd. Seems like an eternity ago, that 5-run rally in the 3rd inning for Great Falls. 2-2 count. Atwood waits. Bear comes home. Breaking ball hits him on the inside. Atwood will reach base on the hit batsman. Seemed like he didn't try to get out of the way too much, but he'll take the free 90 feet. As Michael Deeb will now be the batter. Deeb has been on the last 2 times he's come into the box. He's 1 for 2 with a walk and a single. Bear will now try to shake off putting the leadoff man on. First pitch is taken for a strike with a fastball. Outer portion, 0-1 the count. Bullpen for Great Falls is quiet. That probably means Montana Quigley for the bottom of the 9th trying to go for an extended save. Would be a 5-out save. 0-1 pitch on the way. Runner bluffs towards second, doesn't take off. Deeb takes a strike. He starts barking at the umpire about a pitch that was called on the outer half. Like I've said, both teams have had gripes with the strike zone all night. 0-2 the count to Michael Deeb. Runner at first, Atwood, not a big lead, as Bear will see Deeb step out of the box. But on a night where Missoula's offense was corralled for the first 5, give them credit. Keep on battling these last couple innings to make this one very interesting coming down the stretch. As Deeb once again steps out, still waiting on an 0-2 from Bear. Bear, a tall, lanky guy on the mound, 6'4", kind of adding to that. Touched on how so many of the Paddlehead pitchers are tall guys. Another pretty big dude here on the mound. Here's the pitch from Bears. There's a line drive right field. Drifting over, though, and making the play is Greenwald for the out. Ball hit pretty well by Deeb, but right to Greenwald. That's out number 1. Tyler Krabby, now the batter. Krabby, 1 hit tonight. He's been on base once. Earlier, bounced into a double play. I'm sure Bear would love to see history repeat itself, get a quick ground ball, and get out of this thing here in the top of the 9th. Lead stands at 1 for the Voyagers, 8-7 score. But you got to think a lot of that momentum now is on the Paddlehead side. First pitch, Krabby swings and misses, gets away from Pacheco, throws down to second base, not in time. It's a good effort by Pacheco to try to recover as the ball bounced away to the left. But Atwood was able to advance to second. And that's a big play because that double play that I mentioned potentially being a possibility is now no longer. At least the conventional way. Pitch was still a strike to Krabby, so it's 0-1 with 1 out. Krabby waiting with that open stance. The 0-1 pitch is grounded towards the Paddleheads dugout, foul. On the third base side, count runs now to 0-2. Good work once again by the Missoula Pen. They've had to throw in 6 1/3 to this point. We'll go through 7. After Munch made only 2 innings, they've given up to this point only 2 runs. The 0-2 pitch, fastball up high. Krabby not going after that heater up above the belt. Not a bad idea, though, from Bear in an 0-2 count. One and 2 with 1 out. Think of a much better place to play college baseball as the 1-2 pitch comes, and that's a little slow roller to the right of the mound, fielded by Bear, underhands it to Newman for the out. Newman also thought about throwing to third. Atwood was kind of dancing off the bag. Newman puts the gun back in the holster. So Krabby retired on the little slow roller to the right of the mound. That's the second out of the inning. Atwood does move up to third base on the play, as Nick Emanuel will now be the batter with 2 outs, looking to come up big. Emanuel, 2 hits tonight. He's 2 for 3, trying to get a little 2-out thunder. As Bear throws. First pitch, fastball, missed. 1-0 the count with 2 outs. Couple of fans clamoring for that one to be called a strike because that spot on the outer half has been there a number of times. Not that they're thinking that pitch was a strike, but it's been called a strike numerous times as the 1-0 misses away to make it 2-0. That's more, I think, where people are frustrated. Players on the field also. You're going to get a call on a certain pitch in a certain spot. Be consistent with it. Shouldn't be a question, so to speak. The 2-0, swing and a miss. Challenge fastball and a 2-0 count. That's how you know you got a good one. 2-ball, 1-strike count now to Emanuel. You know the hitter's got count leverage when he's looking for a fastball. When you can just country hardball him, throw it right by him, you know you got a good heater. 2-1 pitch from Bear, outside, makes it 3-1. Eddie McCabe would be next in the box for the Voyagers. Top of the 9th, 1-run game. Great Falls clinging to a lead. But Missoula has scored 7 over the last 3 innings to give themselves a chance. 3 balls and a strike to Nick Emanuel. Target away from Pacheco. The pitch is right there for strike 2 at the knees. This inning will come down to a 3-2 2-out pitch, potentially. Sammy B's been right in front of me trying to keep the fans fired up this last couple innings. It's probably been pretty easy to stay fired up the way this game has gone. 3-2, Bear delivers. Swinging a grounder over Bear's head and past a dive of Hannah into center field. That's a big swing of the bat for Nick Emanuel to get the lead back up to 2. It's 9-7. Great at bat from Nick Emanuel. Great night swinging the bat for him as well. That's his third hit. Is now stepping up will be Eddie McCabe. Manager Tommy Thompson is parked out in front of home plate for some reason, maybe trying to relay messages into his dugout. Eddie McCabe steps in 1 for 4. As we continue to roll deep into the night here in Missoula. What a wild game this has been. First pitch on the way. This one a called strike on the inside part of the plate. No ball, 1 strike count. We get started right on time at 7:15. Local time now close to 11 o'clock, 10:50. 0-1 pitch on the way. This one fouled straight back. Makes the count 0-2. So the job has gotten a little bit more difficult looking at the bottom of the ninth. As Great Falls has made it a 2-run advantage instead of just 1. Still looking for more with Emmanuel on at first. Pitch to McCabe is taken low for ball 1. Bear wants to know where that pitch missed. Yakking off the umpires to the right of the mound. Now Jason Newman will come calm the right-hander down. And Bear is going to have to think about it. Now walking behind the mound. He is ticked off that was not called strike 3. Now we'll come to the mound. One and 2 with 2 outs. See if Bear can make his pitch. Target looks like will be away from Pacheco. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Fastball up above the belt. That's out number 3 as Bear continues to have words with the umpire coming off the field. We're headed to the bottom of the ninth. Great Falls puts 1 run on, and they lead by 2. 9-7 the score here on 102.9 ESPN Radio and GoPaddleheads.com.
I spend a lot of time in the garage, but even more time in the rain, sleet, and mud. In 95, I helped tow your moving trailer. In 05, I helped you get out of a ditch. Yeah, I know I'm a bit rusty, and sadly in 09, it was sparks from me, your handy chains, dragging behind your truck that accidentally started a wildfire.
Sparks from dragging chains can start a wildfire. Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Tune in to Nuanez Now every Friday to catch up with Carolyn to get a little bit of a different view on sports.
So then he got hurt because his coach and fellow players kind of made a couple comments because he missed important shots. And then he had a little, he felt bad. It was sad. And so now he's getting traded. And I just think you're just trading 2 babies for each other, and you're just going to have the same amount of problems.
Catch the chick who doesn't know sports on Fridays on Nuanez Now on ESPN Missoula.
ESPN Radio for Western Montana, KKVU HD3 Stevensville, and 102.9 FM on K275BS Missoula.
Hey, this is manager Michael Schlack, and you're listening to Missoula Paddleheads Baseball on ESPN Missoula 102.9.
bottom half of the 9th inning. 9-7 is the score, and it looks like we're going to be delayed because it looks to me like the home plate umpire has been walked off the field by trainer Luke McCarthy. Touched on how he got checked on earlier after a foul tip at the plate. Initially was kept out there. Now it looks like he is going to go back into the clubhouse. McCarthy evidently saw something, led to him coming out of the game. So that's obviously what you not want to see. Scenario like this in the bottom of the 9th inning. Have to have Great Falls stand around out there looking to wait to continue. And with an umpire down, we're going to be down to 2. Have to see how this is approached. As now Tommy Thompson is going to call his whole team together. So I guess now we'll just kind of be in a holding pattern, waiting for this situation to get sorted out. Again, home plate umpire Ray Bidwell was injured. Took a shot to the head earlier, was allowed to stay out there. And now the Voyagers are coming off the field. They've just announced on the public address what the situation is. We're going to wait a few minutes to get it. I'm assuming probably new gear for a new home plate umpire. I'm sure nobody wants this delay to go any longer than it has to. Of course, we're in the bottom half of the 9th inning. Want to just keep it rolling, and it's just a tough situation to put yourself into because being a late game situation, a close game, you got all this adrenaline, momentum, and everything built up through this whole situation. So now you have to sit and wait. And obviously, injury is never something that you want to see affect things, but that's the situation that we've got. Missoula will send the 5, 6, 7 batters to the plate. The Nick Gatewood, Keaton Greenwald, and Jared Akins, the scheduled 3. And Missoula, all they'll be looking for here is to try to get somebody on to bring that tying run to the plate at the very least. It will be Montana Quigley going out once again to pitch for Great Falls, it looks like. But again, we're in a delay due to an injured umpire. So not quite sure what the protocol is for something like this. I'd assume they'll just roll with a 2-man crew through the rest of the game. Just have one of the base umpires go behind the plate and then have one umpire out on the field. That's the reason for the delay. Starting to get things sorted out. And of course, this scenario plays out in the bottom of the 9th inning in a 2-run game. But to kind of rehash how we got here, Great Falls got off to a great start right out of bed. The first 2 batters of the ball game saw them take the lead. Double from Andy Atwood down the left field line. Got Great Falls out quickly in the first. Then fast forward a couple of innings to the 3rd. Great Falls saw the first 6 batters all reach base in the 3rd inning. And they chased starter Jason Munch in that inning as well. 5 runs came in to score, and the Voyagers would lead 6-0 and led by as many as 7 at 1 point in the first 5 innings. But despite the large deficit Missoula would find a way to fight back in innings 6, 7, and 8. Solo home run kind of got things started. Jason Newman, a solo homer. Then flash forward to the 7th. RBI ground out for Sparks. Double for Thompson that drove in a run. Then Jason Newman, an RBI single. Next inning, Nico Pacheco, a 2-run shot to cut the lead to 1. Then with a couple of runners on base, Jason Newman launched one all the way to the wall in center field, dead center field. Braden Daniel was able to track it down up against the wall on the move. That would have given Missoula the lead in the bottom of the 8th. Was not to be, however. Then, this last half inning, big swing of the bat from Nick Emanuel with 2 outs and 2 strikes. Bouncing ball over the top of the mound, made it through the middle as Missoula was able to hang on, or excuse me, as Great Falls was able to add on an insurance run in that frame to make the score 9-7. So that's where we stand now. Just waiting now for the continuation here at the bottom of the 9th inning. You tired yet? I'm not. I'm keeping it rolling here. If you didn't get enough baseball action, be sure to join us tomorrow night. Legion's Field, Ogren Park for Thirsty Thursday. We'll have $3 domestic drafts and $4 craft beers available to you. The party will start across the street for a 5 o'clock happy hour at our partner Canby Tap House. You can go over there, catch some drink specials. All you got to do is bring your ticket to the game and catch some specials for your drinks over at Canby Tap House. Also, we'll see specials for all season ticket holders as well, exclusive specials for you folks. So if you're a Paddlehead season ticket holder, be sure to head on over to Canby Tap House before the game tomorrow. Enjoy a couple of drinks before you watch some Paddlehead baseball. So come on out to the yard. Go paddleheads.com. And on Friday, to celebrate the LGBTQ community, it will be Pride Night here at the yard. It's Pride Week all week long here in Missoula, so that will be a fun night. There will be commemorative Pride flag socks given out. I'll be rocking them to the ballpark on Friday. Then on Saturday, Star Wars night for all you fans of movie franchise that covers things in a galaxy far, far away. So, a lot of fun to be had. And on Sunday, to wrap up the homestand, a rare matinee chance to catch some Paddlehead baseball here in Missoula. First time that the Paddleheads have ever played a matinee game here in the Garden City. So that'll be fun. 2:05 first pitch on Sunday. And I like that first pitch time. That's still a day game, but that extra hour, maybe lets you sleep a little bit more. Of course, that's always important when you're a guy like me staying up late all these nights. I mean, here we are, 11 o'clock. Game is still rolling along as we're waiting on some umpires here in the bottom of the 9th inning. This puts Montana quickly in an interesting spot, too, on the mound because he's been waiting around for so long. Here come the Voyagers back out on the field, so it looks like we're going to be able to continue this game now pretty quick. So the Voyagers back out onto the field for what will be the bottom half of the 9th inning. The Paddleheads need 2 runs to tie it and 3 runs to go home. There is a good song choice. going right with the little, little Elton John. It's going to be a long, long time. A little Rocket Man, little perfect timing for that one. Believe it or not, wasn't all that long ago. Sir Elton was right here in the Garden City. He played a concert, I believe it was in 2019, inside of Washington Grizzly Stadium on the University of Montana campus. I'm sure that would be a pretty cool venue to watch a concert. If you've never been to Missoula, the U of M campus, Wa Grizz kind of sits right on the base of Mount Sentinel. So you got kind of this mountain backdrop behind you. Really cool venue for sports. Got an opportunity to call some games in there this spring as the voice of the University of Montana lacrosse team, who you'll be able to hear on ESPN Radio next spring as well. Grizzlax made it all the way to the semifinals in the national tournament this year. Have a lot of returners coming back, so should be a lot of fun. Continue to cover Grizzlax. What a cool venue Washington Grizzly Stadium is. If you're ever around Missoula, I'm obviously sure many folks around the Garden City have been inside Washington Grizzly on a fall afternoon to catch a Grizz game. Should be an interesting season for the Grizz on the gridiron as they look to kind of rein things in, kind of become the top dog again in the state of Montana, as the Bobcats kind of are the talk of the state after advancing all the way to the national championship game at the FCS level a season ago. Now it's finally time to stop stalling, as it looks like this game will finally be able to continue once again. Indeed, this is how they're going to play it, as we will now have two umpires after the injury to Ray Bidwell. Nick Gatewood will start this inning off, bottom 9-7 game. Missoula needs 2 to tie and 3 to go home. If we do see a tie game, remember, no extra innings, as Nick Gatewood takes a strike on the outside from Quigley. 0-1 the count. Remember, in the Pioneer League, the game is tied after 9. We will go to a knockout. As I call it, dinger time. The 0-1 pitch to Gatewood. Little tapper in front of the mound. Quigley has it, throws to first, low, picked by Michael Deeb. Deeb saves the day. That almost was disaster to start this inning for Great Falls. Instead, it's out number 1. Gatewood had been swinging a hot bat coming into tonight. He was silenced. 0 for 5 after that swing, as Greenwald will now be the batter. Missoula just looking for a base runner to get some life, trailing by 2. Greenwald, a nice night swinging it, 2 for 4. As Quigley is ready and he throws. First pitch, this one just misses outside. A ball and no strikes, the count on Keaton Greenwald. We are now past the 11 o'clock hour, local time here in Missoula. You're going on 4 hours game time. 1-0 pitch is high. We get to 11:15. That would be the 4-hour mark for this game. 2-0 the count. Quigley sees Emmanuel set up in. The pitch to Greenwald is swung on and foul tipped at the plate. Greenwald may be a bit ticked off that he chased that one, taking a walk out of the box. Looked to be inside. 2-1 is the count to Greenwald. 3 runs in each of the last 2 innings gave Missoula this opportunity to try to fight back. A valiant effort 2-1 the count with one out to Keaton Greenwald. The pitch. Swinging a line drive right back up the middle. Base hit for Greenwald. 3-hit night for Keaton Greenwald. He's 3 for 5, and that will put the tying run into the box. Guy that had double-digit home runs the season ago, Jared Akins, will be the hitter. Akins had 13 homers a season ago for the Paddleheads, a left-handed batter attacking that short porch and right. See how Quigley approaches this AB. First pitch to Akins. Swung on, grounded, under the glove of Deeb and into right field. Greenwald's on his horse. He's headed for third. And Missoula has the tying run on in the bottom of the ninth. That was so close to being a potential double play opportunity. If Deeb could have gotten to that sharp grounder, we could have seen the end of the game. Instead, it snuck under Deeb's glove. Base hit for Akins, his first hit of the night. He's now 1 for 4. That sends Nico Pacheco into the box, representing the lead run. He already has one homer tonight. Homered at part of the 3-run 8th inning. And a home run here would send the fans home happy. Representing the lead run here in the bottom of the ninth. Hold on to your seats. What a wild game, folks. Akins at first, Greenwald at third. See if they send Akins in this spot. First pitch, swing and a miss by Pacheco. He had bad intentions on that swing. Malignant. He was trying to park one, and why not? Not let it rip on the first pitch. Now 0-1 will have to readjust. Akins not a large lead away from first. Quigley throws way outside, almost to the backstop. Emmanuel able to slide to the left to keep it from going there. A ball and a strike is the count in a 2-run game in the bottom of the ninth. The tying runs are on base. Pacheco representing the lead run in the box. A topsy-turvy night in Missoula. 1-1 the count with one away. Pitch to Pacheco. Swinging a ground ball left side, backhanded by McCabe. He throws across the diamond in time to get Pacheco for the second out of the inning. Nice play by Eddie McCabe at third. Paddleheads down to their last out. And how about this? It's all going to come down to the rookie, Jaden Hanna. Hanna, interestingly enough, has been on base 3 times, but has not recorded a hit. He's been hit by a pitch twice and walked. Is still looking for his first professional hit and would now be the perfect time to come up with it. With the tying runs in scoring position, Akins was able to move up to second base, and that ground ball to 5. Clarify 5 meaning third base. I'd imagine if you're listening to this game at this point, you probably know what 5 is, but first pitch on the way to Hanna misses down. If you're listening to Paddlehead Baseball at this time, you are a gamer, I would have to imagine. 1-0 the count to Hanna. 9-7, bottom 9. Can the Rook come through? Quigley throws. Low and inside for ball 2. First base is open in this spot, but you would think Quigley would rather go after the rookie than have to deal with the top of the order and Watley, man who waits next. 2-0 the count to Jaden Hanna. 23 hits combined, 10 for Missoula, 13 for Great Falls. The 2-0 fastball gets the call. Strike 1 on the outer half. 2 balls and a strike now. You just knew that Missoula would make the bottom of the ninth interesting. Will they do that and even more? 2-1 to Jaden Hanna. Here it comes. This one belled high but called the ball. 3-1 now the count. Are we going to see the little jog to first base one more time? Hanna in the driver's seat, ahead 3-1. 2 runners on in scoring position, trying to be the hero in the bottom of the ninth. Hanna, open stance waits on Quigley. The 3-1 pitch, swung on, high in the air, right center field in the park, coming in, making the catch is Brunson, and that will do it. The Voyagers hang on. Missoula had the tying runs in scoring position on its second and third. In the end, fall just short. The 7-run mountain was just too tall to climb. What a crazy night here in Missoula. Voyagers even up this series at a game apiece. Back to wrap things up after this.